Greetings, heroes! Stan Lee's here to... No, wait, Hello, it's the Swallow today. It is a day. New week, more chaos head. That's about everything on that end, I suppose. Heartburn. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna set that right there. All day good. Be able to see things at a glance. It. Great, is there so I can check it. And okay. Everything looks good. Thank you for coming to the stream. I have brother over here. I have pup right there. I have drink. We're all good to go. Hopefully, I do not fall asleep today.
Oh, that's a pleasant sight to return to.
Yep. We're in the middle of the debriefing about the new gen cases after the task force got colluded into one instead of 4 separate task forces.
Oh, are we gonna have Sua explaining everything and then Bond taking the moment of glory again?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
全員未成年の高校生。男が3人、女が2人。ただし5人のうち男女1人ずつだけが同じ学校なだけで、それ以外の3人はいずれも別の学校でした。それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。ここから5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。現場には遺書らしきものはなし。5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアスタワーへ向かったようです。事件性があることを示す根拠としては、コーネリアスタワー屋上が関係者以外立ち入り禁止であったことが挙げられます。
I got no coffee today.
Oh no.
Terrible. What am I supposed to do? You wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
事件があった時間、屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドアノブに被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。
By the way, in case you're asking, this is a broken back scratcher. I'm just lazy and don't feel like putting my hand
5人
down
の遺
every
品か
single
らも
time.
扉の鍵は見つかっていません。
Allows me to do it from a distance.
ことから被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。
You know, you're leaving out the possibility that maybe the kids were just teleported into the air and they just fell from that
そ
height.
の第三者が扉の
Teleported?
鍵を持
What
っ
do you
て
think
おり、
this is?
事件前あるいは
An
事件後
anime
に
video game.
鍵を閉めて立ち去ったという線で
Teleportation?
調査を続けてます。
Come on, man. Think realistically.
They were sent back in time by CERN and they were teleported in the wrong location, so therefore they fell the y-axis.
Jelly man.
This might have been from a perfected future, I don't know.
5 of them? Holding hands?
Yeah.
But 2 of them went to school nearby.
From that, I would find it hard that you could discern anything from the bodies.
Because it didn't look like that.
アリバイがありました。
It's an image recreation of it.
今はタワーに入っている企業の社員
It's not a recreation, that's a picture.
It's a drawn image that was based off of, you know, someone's idea of the event.
That is not a drawn image.
Yeah, it is. It's a video game, Chris.
That is a picture taken of the scene of the crime.
I don't think you're comprehending what I'm saying.
I don't think you're comprehending what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that
It's a video game.
canonically
Yes, I
what
know
they
it.
saw.
Yes, it is.
Moving on.
It is canonically what they saw. That is a picture of the crime scene. Now, it's probably after they moved the bodies, because there's probably still some bodies left.
被害者たち5人には今のところ自殺する理由は見つかっていません。家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
Okay, there's a body. I changed, switching to the second case, the Shibuya Station college student, and okay, I know this one.
The pregnant man.
続いて通称妊娠男事件についてですが、事件発生は9月19日、通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員。遺体発見は午前5時前後。被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生近衛千鶴21歳。発見された時にはすでに死亡してました。死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前、19日の午前1時頃です。遺体は腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。司法解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。胎児はすでにその時点で亡くなっていたと思われます。被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後、縫合した部分をかきむしったり、縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。その生死についても不明です。 DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者には血縁関係はありませんでした。ちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
So took a breath. He had seemed grown weary from talking continuously, not to mention the fact that he must have been nervous at speaking in front of so many of his team. 次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。 After a second, the displayed slide changed to a photo of the staking crime scene. これが現場写真です。事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志、56歳、都東大学教授。
Well, that's clearly not what it looked like either, because it was described as having so many stakes in him, you couldn't even recognize there's a body there.
And they're all conveniently not through his body.
Right, so that's clearly not a direct image of it either.
That's weird.
It's just an interpretation to get you to kind of a feeling of what they're talking about.
Why bother with an interpretation if this is This is a police investigation. You'd have police photos. Why would you bother with an interpretation? That makes no sense. And on top of that, the last two were gory. This is, if it's a police recreation, to recreate
I didn't
what
say
it...
police recreation, I said the game. They didn't put the effort into the drawing game.
So you're trying to say that the police are seeing the right thing, but we're seeing a representation.
Yes.
Why? What's the point of
Just
that?
lazy developers. Lazy developers, low budget, I don't know.
Well, then somebody screwed up because he's smiling. He shouldn't be smiling. It's creepy.
Who said that's a screw up? That could actually be an intentional detail.
第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む男性。被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。見ての通り、遺体には外傷はほとんどありません。釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと謳われてますが、出血は全くなし。
So this is exactly how it
ドイ
appeared.
ツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い十字架のような杭です。
But at that same time, this is different than the picture that you saw when you saw the man, as well as different than the picture that you see when you look at Shogun's picture.
It's also different than Itaku's. He was there.
That's what I said the first. That was the first part that
Okay,
I
well
said.
still. It's like there's inconsistencies with this speaking. So take my comment about lazy developers back, but
犯
there's
人
more
が
to that
十字架型を
story.
あえて選んだということから、宗教的な側面からも捜査を進めてます。事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に、現場周辺で壁に杭を打ちつける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、おそらく被害者
There's
は
also the fact
現場
that
か
in the
その
picture
すぐ
and what
近くで
we
殺害さ
saw,
れたと思われます。
there were literally like so many stakes that the body was indistinguishable from the metal.
Yeah, he's like a pincushion.
And here, it's just strategically put up so it holds the person up, is all it is. More like a crucifixion.
また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で私立水明学園の女生徒を見たという証言も上がってます。
Reliability is somewhat doubtful. You don't trust Taku?
最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件、通称ヴァンパイア事件です。事件発生は10月10日、遺体発見は午前5時半ごろ、駅員が発見しました。被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。
Bruce Banner.
死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時の間。遺体の血液は全て抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
There's one thing that gives some discovery. He wears glasses. A businessman of some kind, it looks like.
Oh wow, businessman in Japan. Try putting that one down.
As he listened to Sua's explanation, Bond clicked his tongue. This suggested that death was becoming something of a fashion. Chapter 4, Tisud. So, I think I need you by next time to look up like what leads to the end of a chapter, because we could have just finished that last time. And just started the thing on chapter 4. It's been literally 15 minutes. But you don't bother looking up anything about the game to help me out beforehand, considering you don't want me spoiling it.
I mean, I can look up a guide, but it's in Japanese, and it's got just because you know a segment started doesn't mean you know how long that segment is.
But you can know, like, okay, well, you're in this part, and then there's, only this much left to it. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have read that. That was my bad. Sign City was a pair of buildings located to the near south of Shibuya's pedestrian scramble. There was a small plaza at the East Tower's first floor entrance, which neighbored the station, and while it may not have been as popular as the area by the station of Hachiko, people often used it as a meeting spot. Even now, 10 or so people were glaring at their cell phones while waiting for some appointed time. Only one among them wore a strangely harsh expression as she stood in place. She was a high school student, Aoi Sena, eating a blue popsicle.
Crunchy-kun.
What?
Crunchy-kun.
What?
Crunchy-kun. That's what she's eating. It's a Crunchy-kun.
It's a popsicle.
It's a Crunchy-kun.
It's a popsicle. From the descending escalator that came down from the Inokashira Line station, which was found on the second floor of Sign City. She leaned against a white column nearby it and scrupulously scanned the area. Yet, for some reason, and never mind the season, she was nibbling on a popsicle, which completely contrasted with the sharpness of her gaze, making her appearance intensely amusing. I don't know about amusing. Kind of hot. I don't know about amusing.
It's cute.
In fact, she was not waiting for anyone, but instead she was quietly observing the people going to and fro. From right where she stood, one could see all the way to the Jumbotron located by the Scramble Crossing. A famous singer's PV video
It's like a music video.
promotional video. Ah, okay. That's what I thought. So, the reason I was looking up is because I knew PV. I didn't remember what the P stood for, but I knew V was video. So to say PV video would be RAS syndrome, redundant acronym syndrome.
Okay, so you're on chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Ow! Because like if I could do a chapter a session, I'd be fine with that. But I just need to know like when they're gonna end. And an estimated time, because like I don't want to spend 7 hours if the chapter's going to take 7 hours. Anyway, famous singer's promotional video was slowly drifting.
Okay, I've got a guide up, so next time you go, well, how long till the end of the chapter? I can relatively,
Yeah, you can kind of be like, okay, well, there's about this much left to it. On the lower portion of the screen, information about the so-called new gen cases ran in a continuous ribbon. There wasn't a day without new gen related news. TV, newspapers, the internet, weekly publications, even the jumbotrons along the street and electric sports scoreboards. Senna had absolutely no interest in those sources of information, but walk around Shibuya, and one would often pass people talking about such topics. Whose eyes are those eyes? Over the past few days, she had begun to spot people with those words printed on the front of their t-shirts. In Shibuya, the phrase had become wildly popular as an underground meme and was beginning to develop legs of its own. People on the streets spoke, smiling of how related goods were selling pretty well at Harajuku souvenir shops, providing proof. What?
Harajuku.
That's what I said, Harajuku.
I'm just repeating.
Harajuku, cause you got a wicked style. I like the providing proof positive that human beings have zero interest in anyone besides themselves. Senna snorted quietly, as though to show her contempt, finished the last mouthful of her popsicle, and lightly closed her eyes without changing her severe expression. She listened closely to the noise of the city. A wide range of noises overflowed through the Sunday plaza. The rumble of trains reaching the platform, taxis honking, people chatting as they walked, BGM leaking from the background music leaking from the jumbotron and from inside shops. The announcement from the escalator explaining how to ride it safely. Not gonna lie, I half expected to see BGM music.
But just because this isn't the best translation?
I mean, RAS syndrome is a pretty heavy thing for a lot of people. Did you log in? Are you watching?
Yeah, could you move your bottle?
No?
Thank you.
Can you hand me a pillow? Hey, bud. The sounds never died out. Before one ended, the next would manifest, and they went on to play a multi-layered and discordant noise. In the midst of that noise, Senna only paid attention to people's voices. Her brain blocked out all other sounds, and she came to hear their words clearly.
結局全部同じ犯人なのかな。
つうか手口が違いすぎるって。なんとかっつうバンドの歌手と一緒。おめえファンタズムなもんな。お前あのバンド好きなの限だって。
私あの時の歌詞にマジ共感したんだけど。
知らないなんてさ。
じゃあ CD 貸せよ。
遅れてるよな。
ほら。これ見てくれよ。
何これ超ウケるんだよ。
この前買ってきた。
これ普通に売ってたんだな。
超
ウケマジで来てるやつ初めて見た。
でもあれじゃね。これってニュージェネの犯人に
俺の
殺してくださいってアピールしてるようなもんじゃん。俺もいよいよ全国デビューか。
最近渋谷超怖くない？
怖い怖い。
マジでいいんだけど
でも一人いるわけねえよ。そういう噂はじゃあ殺される可能性言うけどさ。同じ女
キモい男とかだけ殺してほしいよね。
もしそうなら私マジ応援する。
Then they gave a small click with her tongue. She soon ceased listening. She hadn't found anything worthwhile in any of the noise. Ultimately, noise was no more than noise.
この視線の感覚。気のせいか。
She looked around one more time. Since some time before, she had felt a horror akin to having cold fingers caress her back. A gaze thrown at her by someone unknown. But she couldn't seek out its true form. Dana pushed herself away from the pillar against which she was leaning. And then, as if she had only just remembered it, stared down at the popsicle stick remaining in her hand.
外れか。
Knitting her eyebrows as if her mood was growing worse and worse, she quickly walked off towards the station plaza.
Senna's the best, I love her.
あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
Because someone wished it
私
so.
は望んでない。
I wished for it. Because this place is your imagined world, and at the same time, it is also mine.
ねえ、あの空はどこにあるの？
Anywhere you wish it to be.
望んでいいの？
Yeah. You wish, Remy.
As you wish.
朝だよー。ほら起きて、起きなさ
Damn it. Zaratan was calling. Bodachu was great yesterday. Zaratan played a huge role, and there had been a sexy kissing scene. The Sakuga quality was way up there too. I don't know.
い。起きたらおはようのキス
I don't know what that word is, and I'm not going to Google it.
私何言ってんだろ。バカバカ、今の忘れて。
Zaratan was calling me. Plus, with her saying such moe things to me, I couldn't avoid getting up. I peeled off the sheets covering me, groaned, and rose from the sofa.
ちょっと、いつまで寝てるんさ、このボケナス。こうなったら、私のサムライコンデンサでぶん殴って。
When I switched off the alarm clock, Zaratan's voice got cut off in the middle of resounding through my room.
おはよう、セーラ。
My Sarah voice clock came in quite handy. If I didn't turn it off, her voice would get louder and louder before finally turning into a meaningless buzzer. Because I wanted to greet the morning after having been woken up by Zaratan, I had trained myself to hit the switch before the buzzer started ringing. Up until now, I'd only failed at it twice. It was so easier to wake up with Zaratan's help. No, in actuality, I've usually felt pretty awful from playing games till dawn, or from how uncomfortable the sofa was. But being woken up by Zaratan made it much less painful.
Why don't you move the boxes from your bed to the couch so you can sleep
I
in your
had
bed?
school today. Since I'd skipped a day last week, my minimum attendance shift charge was starting to get a little warped. It would have been okay for me to go only twice this week, but now I was compelled to be at school 3 days in order to make up for the gap. I didn't want to go, but it'd be bad if I didn't. If I stayed home any more than this, I wouldn't be able to graduate. Not that failing to graduate would change anything about me. I had dreamt of Remy. It was an odd dream. It seemed terribly nostalgic. It seemed terribly lonely. It seemed terribly sad. And it seemed terribly distant. Would Remy come to school today? I had constantly kept thinking about what happened the day before yesterday. I thought about it on and on, to the point of neglecting ESO. Not about Shogun having appeared or the illusion of everyone disappearing from Shibuya. It didn't attach tremendous significance. I didn't attach tremendous significance to those things. Those must have been my delusions. I certainly couldn't believe Shogun, with an old man like that, And thinking back over it, there were simply too many impossibilities involved in people vanishing from Shibuya. It had been a delusion that particularly felt real, but I was ashamed of myself for being so quick to believe in a situation so far removed from reality. More than any of that, Rimi, the girl I had called a demon until very recently. My memories of being in that place were surreal and malleable, as in a dream, and the one thing I still recalled clearly was the feeling of Rimi embracing me. If she hadn't done that for me, I might have become deranged and lost sight of myself. Why had Rimi
You got
saved
a
me?
question in chat.
I wondered if it was because, as she said, we were friends. Blame the guy sitting over there. I have no idea where he heard of it.
I was looking for visual novels to play, and the science adventure came up, which first off was Steins Gate, and
Which is an anime I've seen.
I wanted to start with the first one instead of playing the second one. You know, the second one's more well known, Steins Gate. I'm like, let's start with the first one, Chaos Head. Well, Chaos Head doesn't exactly have an official English release. I mean, this is somewhat official, but the translation's not the greatest. So, I just played it, and then I played the rest of the science adventure games, and I love them.
So that pretty much answers it. It's part of a series that is. Let me see if I can get the order correct. It's Chaos Head, Science Gate, Chaos Child.
No. Robotics Notes.
Robotics Notes, then Chaos Child.
Yes.
Then Steins Gate 0.
Yep.
And as a bonus, anywhere in there is the Steins Gate Beach Party or whatever, right?
No, Robotics Notes dash. Last one.
Yeah, but that one like side game.
There's like four side games to Steins Gate. There's Linear Bound Infinigram. There is My Darling Embrace. And there's also an 8-bit version of Steins Gate. And another 8-bit Famicoli version.
I'm going to say yes and no on that statement. Technically yes, because they take place in the same universe. But no, because the stories are still fairly disconnected. Like they're in the same universe because they're made by the same people, but the stories themselves, as far as I'm aware, like the guy in this game does not show up in any of the Steins Gate games, right?
There are things that happen in this game that are referenced in later games, especially Chaos Child, of course. But Steins Gate references some things from Chaos Head. As well as Robotics Notes, I think, reference. Robotics Notes actually has, some connections. So if you don't play this game, you'll be kind of missing out on the rest of the series.
Basically, you play this game to get the references, but other than that, you could skip it and you probably wouldn't miss anything.
If you really want to play the game, but the English version, Chaos Head Noah, is coming out fan translation pretty soon, next 3 or 4 months. And that'd be a really good
That's
release.
for this game?
Yeah. Chaos Head Noah has more character routes and higher resolution and a better translation.
Yeah, I mean I haven't really noticed a lot of issues. I've only really seen one thing outside of the occasional where it's like the wording is slightly off.
The main issue is if you press, I think, F4. No, right click.
Also, the other thing is there are highlighted blue words that will tell
glossary
you
tips. Bottom one.
Probably that.
That's a problem.
This one?
Yeah. Some of them are translated, some of them are not.
Like this?
They're just so unreliable.
It's Japanese.
So, really though, if you want to play this game, I would recommend waiting for Chaos Head Noah.
Oh.
It's only about 3 or 4 months out.
That one,
So-
the name is Libido. Libido
still
is translated, but it's still Japanese.
It's still enjoyable to watch in the meantime. I mean, I think it's a really good story. Just don't watch the anime. The anime sucks.
Of Chaos Child? Or Chaos Head, I mean?
Chaos Head's anime sucks.
Okay,
Chaos
that's-
Child's anime sucks. Chaos Child is the best game in the series, though.
Watch
Oh my God.
Steins Gate. Steins Gate is amazing.
Chaos Child is the best game in the series, and you really should play Chaos Head before you play Chaos Child.
The other thing that I've noticed is... Oh, apparently it wants me to read all this. Okay, wait.
Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm highlighting them. So they're all blue instead of... But the other thing is, like, typically for, like, these games, the like, when it shows these, they'll show up in chat highlighted blue, so you can, like, hover over them. It'll tell you what it is, but in this particular patch version, it doesn't work. So it's a hit or miss kind of thing. I'd have him send it to me, because I honestly had no idea how to get this. I'm playing it mostly because he wants me to.
Yeah, it's a visual novel. It's a mystery horror game. You know,
It has a bunch
girl
of cute
simulator.
anime girls who are
Yeah.
10 times more interesting than the antisocial weeb of a character that you're actually playing.
Basically, there's like serial murders going on that are like really freak accidents, freak murders going on, and you're just trying to figure out like who's doing it, how do we stop them.
And every once in a while you get to choose a little bit how the story differs a little bit, because you're given a choice between choosing I'm going to call them green delusion and red delusion, because they're not
Yeah.
exactly good and bad clear cut, but they're a variation. You can also choose to not have any delusion at all.
I mean, green is usually like positive, humorous, or sexy. Red is usually like negative. Red is usually like negative or scary or death or something. Generally.
I'm basically doing a straight green run, so this is only going to be good or positive delusions, which we'll probably put a cherry ending on the top, like a rose tinted glasses kind of ending to the ending. But
All right, moving on. Continue.
and then I'm just anytime that doesn't have a character speaking, I'm reading it because he thinks it helps me from falling asleep.
Which he's got a real problem with.
I had not a single memory of things like her being in my class since freshman year, or of us going to a movie with Masumi-kun. But the attitude with which she made contact with me was clearly one of a close friend. Rimi had been a little close to crying when she held me. At the very least, I didn't think it was an act. She was the first girl to ever worry about and cry over a gross otaku like me. More so I think I have a rough time sleeping at times. Because I work overnight. So it is actually kind of late at night for me. It's 9 o'clock already.
No, it's later than that.
It's 10 o'clock. It's 10:30 already. Oops. And but I work overnight, so this is the time I'd normally be awake. It's a mixture of the game hasn't caught my interest yet. I'm playing through with him watching, and so that's why he's here. Is otherwise he'd be in his own room just watching me on his computer screen, but I needed the extra body in here to keep me up. Because typically, a lot of my streams, it's just me. And a game like this, for some reason, has not kept my interest super well thus far. But it's picking up finally. That's good.
Yes, I'm forcing him to play. Chris, play. Or Doc or Ishvalan, whatever your name is.
When she acted like that toward me, it instantly blew away all my previous dread and suspicion. More than that, it made me feel like I was on the verge of falling for her. No, but as you might expect, I was keeping myself carefully reined in. Confusion took up most of the space in my heart. How could I act around Remy from now on? Is Remy my ally or my enemy? Is Remy the new gen criminal? Is it a fact that she had saved me? But is it also a fact that I had seen her standing still, drenched in blood at the scene of the staking? I stopped by Shoto Park on the way to school. After what had happened with Yua, I had given up on my custom of eating breakfast here before heading to school. It didn't feel so pleasant when I thought that Yua might be watching me from somewhere. I don't know why. Yua's cute. Pretty. I like Yua. And if she came over to talk to me, she'd regurgitate her annoying, crazy conspiracy theories at me again. I couldn't afford to spend any time around her. Yua is Remy's subordinate. Maybe I had been wrong in believing that deduction of mine for so long. But that didn't mean Yua wasn't my enemy. There remained the possibility that Shogun was the last boss, and Yua worked under him. In any case, it would be better to stay away from her. Except today, I had somehow ended up coming here. I carefully studied my surroundings to verify that Yua wasn't here, then slowly lowered myself onto my usual bench. I cast my eyes toward the pond while stuffing my cheeks with the chocolate pastry I had bought at a convenience store earlier. Reminds me of the game Eternal Senia?
Same. This game's free too.
It's a rough translation, I think, of an RPG. The font is similar, but the translation or whatever drives me bonkers. It's free, so I guess I shouldn't be complaining. That sounds about right.
This game isn't on Steam, but it is free because it's an old game, and yeah.
The idea of getting a royalty off of an old game that has had many afterwards is not reasonable. Oldie but a goodie.
I think it's goodie.
He was enthralled in the story like as soon as it started, and it's taken me 4 chapters to get interested.
You see Remy with the at the murder scene of the crucifixion, the staking. Yeah, it caught my interest right there.
There was little wind, and the surface of the water remained idyllic. Once in a while, I saw a koi-like fish slide through the cloudy water. Today, rarely enough, there was no other people in the park. It was a very quiet space. As my gaze swam about the park, what I thought was, predictably enough, Remy. What?
Dude, do I need to read for you?
As my gaze swam about the park, what I thought of... Okay, I got you. To be honest, going to school was a bother, knowing I would have no choice but to see her. For that, I went here, just to buy myself some time. I felt like I'd said all kinds of harsh things to her. Yet, Remy had kept smiling and continued treating me kindly. If I went to school now, she would surely start talking to me again, the same as before. Smiling, acting as though what had happened in front of the 107 building didn't bother her in the slightest, calling out to me as my friend. Somehow, the eternally cheerful demeanor of hers depressed me a little, but she also had an atmosphere with her that made me think maybe, if I stayed with her, I would start feeling brighter as well. With what kind of expression should I go meet her? I definitely didn't think of Remy as a demon anymore, but I didn't think of her as a friend either. Misumi-kun had said that Remy and I had got along well as classmates for the past year and a half, but I had no memory of anything of the sort. Perhaps something was going wrong with the person behind me after all. But Was it possible for my memories of Remy to disappear like that, as if they had been pinpointed? I hunched over even further upon entering the school building. Following my usual principle for getting by at school, I walked slowly along the edge of the hallway as I headed for the stairs. My class was on the 3rd floor.
So, just to note, the main character of this game is such a shut-in that he's got a minimum attendance chart. He's set up so he only has to go to school like 2 times a week. And just a bare minimum. And he doesn't talk to anybody, he doesn't look at anybody, he doesn't gain anybody's attention, he doesn't answer questions in school. He just looks down, attends for like half a day, and goes home. So...
It was quite a pain in the neck to climb up there. If only there was an escalator, I thought.
That's right.
Having come to the foot of the stairs, I spied a girl ahead of me, swaying as she climbed up. She dragged her right foot a little as she walked. Maybe she twisted it. Her small body wavered from side to side. She seemed awfully precarious. As the other students steadily caught up with her and passed her on both sides, she climbed up slowly, literally one step at a time. Looking at her from below, it seemed like her panties would start showing any moment now. Crap, at this rate I'd end up as a peeping Tom. I didn't want people to call me Mirror Man. When that occurred to me, I'd step toward the stairs to go past her. Right then, the girl caught her toes on the edge of the stairs and suddenly wobbled. And she came tumbling down with such a momentum that it seemed like I heard a bang-type sound effect. Luckily, she stopped on a landing, so she hadn't fallen all the way down the stairs, but she remained on her knees as though she was in pain, and she didn't move for some time. Was this a flag emergence event?
Oh god,
You've seen another.
Another. What a great anime. Dude, props to you, that's a great anime.
No, of course it wasn't. Even if it was, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to speak to her. Dick. Which is why I hastily slipped past her. Sorry, but get help from a third dimension loving womanizer like Misumi-kun, okay? Please don't seek anything from me. But she stayed curled up so motionlessly, I started to get a tad concerned. After getting halfway up the stairs, I turned around quietly to see how she was doing. She was clutching the railing and trying her hardest to stand up. Her knees were knocking, like those of a newborn deer. Blood oozed from her knees. I wondered if she had scraped it. That face. I'd seen it before. Wasn't she the girl who transferred to my class last week? Her name was... what was it again? I don't remember. On top of that, she was crying. Did it hurt that badly? She'd fallen pretty flashily, but it hadn't looked like a big enough impact to merit crying. Nobody attempted to offer her a hand. Having barely managed to stand up, she hunched forward to peek at her knee. Apparently, she was checking the condition of her injury. The transfer student wiped her eyes, set her bag down, and began rummaging around inside it. What could she be searching for, I thought to myself.
Bandage?
All of a sudden, she pulled her hand triumphantly out of her bag and hoisted it above her head. Her fingers were clutching a band-aid. Our eyes met. The transfer student's cheeks went red and she hung her head. Well, for the time being, she seemed to be alright, and even if I didn't stay and watch her, she'd be okay. Reaching that conclusion, I hastily went to the classroom. To be fair, stairs and umbrellas don't worry me, but I'll tell you this. If I'm driving behind a lock truck, I go around it. I lowered my head, as I always did, fixing my gaze on the ends of my toes. I silently took my seat. Come to think of it, I seem to remember that transfer student saying something to me on the day she transferred in. Something about being glad we were in the same class. Rumi had soon made me forget all about it, but I wondered what those words had meant.
Yo, Taku.
As always, Misumi-kun was calling me. Maybe the truth
Move your
was... What?
Move your mouths.
Was that he didn't have any friends besides me. At least the way he always started talking to me and only me was sufficient to give
聞いてくれ
me
よ。昨日さ、
something.
怪しいおっさん2人が校長室に入ってくのを見たんだ。で、俺とリミトでこっそり盗み聞きしてみたらびっくりしたぜ。その2人、刑事だったんだぜ。え？
Detectives.
なんか深刻そうに全校生徒の名簿とか見ててよ。もしかしてニュージェネと関係あんのかな？
Perhaps it meant the real New Gen criminal was a student at the school. No matter what, all I kept thinking of was Rumi's face.
なあ、盗み聞きしてたら見事にバレちゃったんだけどね。
I jumped. Speak of the devil, or whatever they say at times like this. When I heard Rumi's voice burst in on us, I felt my heart rate leap.
He is kind of a dick.
Yeah. I couldn't look up. I was
He's a
tense. It was an utterly different kind of tension from what I had felt up
あれ
until
はお
last
前
week.
がドア勝手に開けたせいだぞ。分かってんのか？
しょうがないでしょ。本物の刑事さんって見るの初めてだったからちょっと興奮しちゃってつい。
何をどうやったらついドアを開けるんだよ。おかげで俺らまで刑事から話を聞かれる羽目になったんだからな。
大臣ってば刑事さんに聞かれちゃまずいことでもあったの？
そういうお前はどうなんだ？
さあね。
Misumikon and Rumi sandwiched my desk as they carried on their conversation. They disregarded my existence. But to be honest, I liked it better that way. I wasn't confident that I would be able to say anything back if Rumi did talk to me. I'd anticipated the chime ringing without either of them saying anything to me, but when I flicked a look at the clock, there were still 5 minutes till the warning bell.
そういやタク、ここに来る途中で梢ちゃん見なかったか？
Yep.
Ozil-chan? Who?
どうせお前のことだから覚えてねえとは思ったけど、マジでそうだったんだな。先週転校してきた子のことだよ。折原梢ちゃん。
Oh, so that transfer student was called Ozihara Kozue.
階段で
階段？
見た。
お、そっか。じゃあもうすぐ来るな。
Misumikun's voice was brimming with enthusiasm. I hadn't seen him act this lively since a few days ago when he found out that Fess was a girl from the class next door.
What are you getting all excited about, Misumi?
In short, I had never seen him put much effort into anything unrelated to girls. Now that he mentioned it, I'd also seen him hitting on her last week, pretty much as soon as she arrived. He really was indomitable. Way to go, never mind the fact that you have a girlfriend.
なあ、梢ちゃんってマジ可愛いと思わねえ？
You sure ask me things. I nodded ambiguously. Apparently he took it as a sign of agreement. You sure ask me things I find hard to answer. That's what he said.
太郎。俺一目で気に入っちまったよ。なんか守ってやりたくなるんだよな。男子みんなも同じ意見だよ。どいつも可愛いって言ってんだ。けどよ、女子の間じゃあんま評判良くねえんだよな。まだ転校してきたばっかだぜ。それなのに早くもうざいみたいな意見まで出てきてんだ。
Yeah, they're just jealous.
このクラスの女子って性格悪いやつ多すぎだ。
それって大臣のせいじゃないの？だいたいそのうざいって言ったのどうせ大臣の彼女でしょ？
ああ、そうだけど。
そりゃあ彼女にしてみればうざいに決まってるよ。自分の彼氏が目の前で折原さんを口説きに行っちゃってたらさ。
Now, come on. What human being would pick
私でさえもっと
Kozue
喧
over
嘩売ら
Remy?
れるんだから。
You had a
大
choice.
輔君に近寄らない
Kozue
で
looks like
っ
she's
て
like
しかも一人じゃなくて
2 or 3 years younger than they are.
何人かから言われた。
What'd you say?
What human being, what man would choose Kozue over Remy? Remy's hot. Kozue looks like she's like 2 or 3 years younger than they are. Like she looks, it's like, that doesn't seem right.
Yua? Remy? Yes. Top tier. And
Santa's the best.
I put them all in the same, like, any of the four, I'd go for it.
I think Fess is too crazy. I'd probably put Remy as a second.
You remember my choice from Date Alive, right?
You chose the crazy one.
Origami Tobichi.
Ugh. I still pick the Kaguya twins, the Kaguya user.
Well, I haven't played the game with those two in it, so
They're the best.
I've only seen one season of the anime, and I'm a sucker for a girl with white hair. What can I say?
Twins are the best.
You can say that all you want.
Maji?
I'm just glad you're not saying Yoshino.
Well, of course they wouldn't. That's like creepy, dude. Why would I, a 25-year-old man, pick Yoshino, a 12-year-old?
I didn't say Yoshino, I said Yoshinon.
Well, Yoshino's a
Why
different
did
story.
you put my bottle in the trash can?
Yoshinon is a totally different story.
Yeah, it's a doll. Besides, real quick.
No, I understand that Yoshino is not actually 12 years old.
Yeah,
She looks
she's
12 years
18.
old. She looks 12 years old. Yeah, she's 18.
No, that's not what I was gonna look up. I
No,
was
she's like
gonna,
40. Hodori is 13.
Another one of my favorite characters. She also has white gray hair.
Okay, continue.
Alright.
自覚なしか。少しは反省したら？
How about you do a little soul searching?
いやー、モテる男は辛いぜ。
これだよ。さすが女の敵。もう私フォローして。
I don't know what button I just pressed. I'm not gonna cover up for you anymore.
あ、折原さん来た。
なんか怪我してるみたいじゃね？
本当だ。どうしたんだろう。
Mario Tagada? I don't know who Mario Tagada is.
Mario Tagada? Let me look who that is. 1 second.
Is that from Eternal Senya?
Rob, possibly.
My Hero Academia. I've never seen My Hero Academia. I'm a One Piece guy.
I've seen My Hero, but I think he takes place in the season after. Yeah, I think he meant what is her name? My Hero. Himiko Toga is probably who he was saying.
Sorry, I don't know My Hero. Like I said, I'm a One Piece kind of guy. One Piece is my anime.
Yeah, Himiko Toga. There's a reason why I have my phone on my desk, because this is a full screen game. I can't really click out. And since it's not Steam, I can't just tab it.
But the Yamai twins, that's the name I was looking for. Yamai twins from Data.
Yeah, Himiko Toga is basically a, she's a basically think Gasa Yuno from Miraniki. You've seen that, right?
No. I know that she's like a yandere, but...
Basically, Gasa Yuno from Miraniki...
Miraniki's the one
she had eyes for one person. And if you were anybody other than that one person, she threatened your life. And hell, she even killed that one person.
So basically,
and
Boy
tried to
Hancock.
kill him once too. Huh?
Basically, Boy Hancock.
But a lot bloodier. I don't know so much about Toga because I haven't
kids
seen.
Anime. If it wasn't for kids.
Anyway.
Okay, moving on.
I can see why you'd get Toga and Togata confused. Of course, I didn't feel like telling these two about it. For now, at any rate, I wanted to avoid talking to Remy as much as I could. Why? She's so cute. Coming out soon, but not enough. Misumi-kun dashed up to the transfer student. Thanks to his departure, Remy was the only person left nearby my seat. Please don't leave me, Misumi-kun. Green!
And he's picking... Ishvalan's picking all the green delusions because he's being weird. I'm telling him he really needs to... You know... Pick some red ones, but he refuses.
See, the funny thing is, what I googled, even though I misspelled it, was My Hero Killer Woman. And she was the first result.
Alright, positive delusions. Buckle in. Let's see what happens.
All positive delusions. That's what this run is. Remy didn't say anything. Despite that, she didn't move away from my seat either. Because I was hunched over, practically deep enough to sink my teeth into my desk, I didn't know what kind of face she was making. All I could do was see the area around her waist, but that was enough to show me that Remy was facing me. In other words, she was watching me. I'm gonna regret this. At times like this, I should work up my courage and say something natural sounding.
おはよう、咲畑さん。
おはよ
Right on. Our first point of contact had gone well.
Right on.
As soon as I let myself become relieved, Remy made a reluctant face and tilted her head.
う。ねえタク、なんで急に妙竹林の呼び方するの？
妙竹林。
咲畑さんなんてなんだか他人行儀。
Attack on Titan.
今ま
Well,
で
that's
み
your
たい
problem
に呼んで
watching
よ。
Adult Swim.
Oh.
Cutting the opening in half. The way I always have. Hey Taku, why are you calling me weirdly all of a sudden? Weirdly, Sekihara-san, I mean all distant flight somehow. Just call me the way you always have. The way I always have, huh? That, I wasn't really sure what that meant, but...
リミ。
お、なんだいタク。
いや、特に何もないけど。
じゃあ私から一言。
Remy cleared her throat anew, glanced around about the area, then brought her face closer in my direction.
タクは大地みたいになっちゃダメだよ。ああいう女たらしはいつかひどい目に遭うに決まってるから。
Hey, don't you be putting that evil on him.
あ、うん。
Nothing's gonna happen to our boy Daisuke, what's his
うん
name?
タクのそういう素直な
You leave
とこ
Daisuke
ろ
alone.
私好きだな。
I have a question for you. Because this thought just came to mind. When you played yours.
Yeah.
At the scene in the house when Remy first showed up.
Rest in peace, Kiss Anime indeed. Go ahead. I probably picked a negative delusion. At that point.
You think you'd pick, but is this playing the same as it did in yours? Because
yeah,
it's at the time where
have the delusions that don't actually change your brow; they just have a minor effect. The delusions don't actually have any long-term change.
Okay. I was curious because that's the one spot that doesn't really have a delusion. So even though it chose positive, nothing happened. Like it never actually triggered into a delusion. So I was just curious.
You could just change like the words he says, or like the appearance of something. It's not always going to be a delusion. Like there's one point where it will depend on. It'll change the clothing the person wears. So.
Which will give you a different ending because of course it does.
No. I mean, there's 45 delusion choices, so...
That is too many. Can you tell me what delusion number this one is?
17.
Out of 45.
No, wait, this is 17.
What?
This is number 15.
Ah, it's even less than I thought it was.
Alright, continue.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you get a lot of game left. It's like a third of the way through.
Like? Hold on. From Mimi's perspective, I was an honest kind of character.
そもそも私、大臣のことで一つだけどうしても許せないことがあるんだよね。あれだけあちこちの女子
Out
に
of
声かけて
curiosity,
るのに、
Hawaii, what
私には
website
全
is
く
it
見向きもし
that
な
you
いって
found?
こと。ひどいと思わない？
え、三角君に口説かれたいの？
Well, if you
Well,
want
that
someone
made
to hit on
sense.
your
He was a
Remy,
pretty boy, and he was interesting to talk to.
if you want someone to hit on your Remy, by all means, I will volunteer as a tribute.
I volunteer as tribute. Even if you subtracted points from him for being a playboy, maybe he was someone a girl would still want to go out with. The only thing I have against Remy is one thing that Taku would definitely not consider the same as I do. She's 2D.
Oh, she's 2D? Or she's 3D?
She's 2D.
She's 2D?
She's a 2D girl.
No, she's not. She's 3D.
She's not 3D.
3D?
She is not 3D.
Yes, she is.
She is not 3D.
She's 2D to us, but to Taku, she's 3D.
Yeah, well, to me, she is not a 3D girl.
Hey, don't you be getting in the way of my waifu dreams, alright?
And that is how we lose all of our viewers. That is how I lose all my viewers, I should say.
I mentioned the word waifu and he's gone. Alright, continue.
We had up to 3 viewers, I said for a sec, though it might just not be counting it correctly. Was what I thought, but Remy grimaced and shook her head.
タク、冗談きついよ。大臣に口説かれるなんて想像しただけで鳥肌立っちゃう。
Hugging herself, she made a show of shuddering.
私はノーサンキュー。
No, thank you.
でもなんていうのかな、女としてのプライドっていうものがあるわけじゃない？
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
タクから見て私ってどう？魅力ある？
Yes.
I'll put you like a 9 out of 10.
You sure asking to have a tough time answering.
どう？
On top of that, her eyes were sparkling and she was bursting with expectation. I did think of Remy as attractive, no doubt about it, but I need some pluck to put that into words.
認めたくないものだな。
若さゆえの過ちというものを あ、
引っかかった。
Rimi smiled proudly. Don't tell me she's actually an otaku. I unthinkingly let out a rueful smile. Ha, but somehow, even though it was a trivial conversation, it was amazingly fun. Before now, I'd almost never had this kind of conversation with a girl. Even now, you still haven't. I didn't know why, but I had the feeling that I'd get along well with Rimi.
You're just dreaming, dude.
That was why I found myself able to voice those words, as if there were nothing odd about it whatsoever.
リミは魅力的だよ。
Rimi reeled back exaggeratedly, her face becoming visibly redder with each passing moment.
面と向かって言われると恥ずかしい。でもありがとう。タクにそう言ってもらえるとすごく嬉しい。大臣に口説かれるより1億兆倍嬉しい。
1億兆なんて桁はないけど。
Incorrect, sir.
I mean,
なん
technically
となく
there's
ニュアン
just
スで
not
分
called
かって
that.
よ。それだけスケールの大きい嬉しさってこと。
Now you're really dreaming.
I mean, she might be really happy if you said something to her, but herein lies the true meaning of youth. If I could exchange these kinds of conversations with her every day, surely my day-to-day life would be fun and fulfilling, and I'd come to see the world in a whole new light. But when all is said and done, that was merely illusion. In reality, I couldn't meet Rimi's eyes, and the only thing I went on doing was holding my silence, keeping my head lowered.
Loser.
I told you, I don't like this character. I detested my own cowardice. What a drag.
タク？
Rimi, who had kept her mouth shut up until now, began speaking to me at last, in a somewhat timid tone. But it came out of the blue, leaving me unable to show any reaction. If I were in Rimi's shoes, I'd probably feel like I was being ignored. In my heart, I knew things shouldn't go on like this, but in the end, I couldn't do anything.
大丈夫？
This time, I nodded desperately. It may have made me seem pretty suspicious.
そう。だったらいいんだ。
Rimi's voice was gentle. I could hardly believe it was happening, but it seemed like she was going to stay with me, patient even in the face of my silence. "You're all right," she'd said. I suddenly wanted to ask her. That time, when Rimi came across me in front of 107, how had I looked to her? Considering that she didn't make any reference to them, I had to think she didn't know anything about everyone having temporarily vanished from Shibuya, or about the wheelchair-riding Shogun. Which, in other words, suggested that it had all been a delusion of mine, as I might have expected. I wanted to ask Rimi about it, but I really didn't feel up to lifting my face and questioning her. In any case, I couldn't do it today. I wasn't mentally prepared enough. So next time next time I come to school, that's what I'll do. Until then, I'll start organizing all the things I need to ask her about. You better write them down, dude.
ねえタク、折原さんがこっち来たよ。
Transfer student? Why would she come here? I wondered. Did she mean to blame me for not helping her when we were on the stairs? But she didn't seem like the type to do that. Maybe she had some business with Rimi rather than me. The transfer student stopped once she had come up to Rimi's side. She didn't say anything. What did she want? As long as Rimi was here, I couldn't raise my head. The transfer student's toes were fidgeting in her shoes, but she still didn't attempt to say anything.
折原さん、どうしたの？
For some reason, the transfer student left a band-aid on the edge of my desk.
Aww.
It was a fancy bandage with one with an absurd-looking character, a ghetto froggy, depicted on it.
Huh?
It's okay, Kozue.
Was she trying to give this to me? I was at a loss for how to react. This Orihara Kuze girl was kind of weird.
折原さん、泣かないで。
Was she crying? Why was she crying? Because I was not replying to her? But she wasn't saying anything either.
タクは怒ってるわけじゃないと思うよ。
Rimi followed up for me. Somehow it gave me an indescribable feeling. I knew almost nothing about Rimi, but she knew me well.
彼ってあんまり人と目を合わせようとしないの。引っ込み思案ってやつ。だからそんなにガチガチに緊張しなくてもね。私にも絆創膏くれるの？ありがとう。
The transfer student bowed her head deeply and returned to her own seat as if fleeing. My laptop decided to go ree earlier, and it just legit went ree. It gave me a blue screen, and then wanted to do updates when it didn't have any pending rip. I'm sorry to hear that, Hawaii. That sucks. Sounds like it's up now, so that's good.
Well, you didn't miss much, just Taku confessing his love to Rimi in a delusion, which didn't actually happen. And,
hey, that'd be nice.
in the meantime, us comparing Rimi to Kozue. Come on, who would pick Kozue over Rimi? You'd pick Rimi every time.
My question was this. What website did you find other than Kiss Anime?
なんだかよくわかんないんだけど、タク、その絆創膏をもらってあげるべきだと思う。
9 Anime? Why had she given it to me?
小杖ちゃん、無口だよな。
Have you tried updating your Steam? Maybe the Steam needs to be updated. Or if worst case scenario, you can uninstall and reinstall. Depending on what's wrong, you should probably see about doing a cloud save of all your games first before you do it, but they shouldn't uninstall any of the games, I don't think. I don't know, not textbook.
Maybe you have a full hard drive.
No, a full hard drive shouldn't touch a shortcut. That's kind of weird. Globe icon for a shortcut.
What are you doing?
I have that same exact thing right here. My shortcut, instead of being a shortcut, is a globe icon. That's weird. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I sensed Misumi-kun's return.
転校初日に俺が校内を案内したんだけどよ。
うわぁ、早くも手出したんだ。
I love that grin.
まだ出してねえっつうの。
I'm telling you, I haven't touched her
で
yet.
まあ1時間ぐらいかけてあちこち回ったんだけど、もう俺一人で延々と喋り続けたよ。あん時はさすがにちーっと疲れたぜ。しかもすぐ泣きべそかく。
そうそう。今も急に泣き出したから何が起きたかと思ってあたふたしちゃった。
そんだけピュアなんだよ。
You know, just saying, real quick. I know I keep like stopping for. I would love to get a green screen. Just attach it like right there. If you're getting a little long or something. You look stupid. Oop. That's not fun.
お前ならわかるだろ。梢ちゃんの仕草一つ一つの可愛さってのがよ。
Oh, doki doki.
お前流に言うなら萌えってやつだ。
Well, I
He
mean,
liked Doki Doki.
Doki Doki's a lot of people's first introductions to visual novels, so.
なんだクソでも我慢してんのか。
Aku. Or Misumi-kun. I shook my head.
たく、
Whatever.
さっきからちっとも喋ってくれないんだ。
That's because you're all here. I wasn't fully prepared yet. I had never had an intimate conversation with a female friend before. For that matter, I had never made a single female friend even once in my entire life.
You was a friend?
でもさ、今折原さんと話してみてなんとなく思ったんだけど、彼女と話してるとなんだか疲れちゃいそうかもなんて。
女子ってのはマジで同性に対して容赦ねえな。ま、梢ちゃんは俺が守るからいいけどな。
Soul Eater, I like
数十
that
秒
one.
前に
That one was
大
cool.
臣の相手するの疲れたって言って
I
な
loved
かっ
the
た
first intro. The second intro, Paper Moon, didn't really do it for me, but
梢ちゃんはタクと同じ匂いがするぜ。
Resonate was absolutely one of my favorites.
Are you hitting on me?
それはわかるかも。
We didn't trust death? I see now that he mentioned it. When the transfer student first came to our class, hadn't she said something similar? Wait. Similar to what? What'd I miss? Oh! Okay, yeah. I trusted Death. I didn't trust, Excalibur.
この人似てる。
Fool!
同じクラスでよかった。
What did those words of hers mean? Yeah, fool!
I like Kozue. Kozue's great.
The sound of the bell informed us that all of today's classes were over. With that, I got my things together and left the classroom. The subtle, uncertain sense of distance between me and Rimi made me anxious not to stay, and I wanted to disappear from the classroom as soon as possible. Besides, I needed to stop by Manga Drake today. In the end, I hadn't been able to say a single word to Rimi. I had many chances to speak, but just like earlier, I had done nothing but hold my tongue. Perhaps it had been bad to act like that. At this rate, it'd be even harder to talk the next time we meet. When it came to making contact with Rimi, it's as if I was sinking into quicksand.
I become very
I'm gonna say I vehemently disagree with you, Hawaii. The only live action that I've seen that was any good thus far was the Full Metal Alchemist one, and the only reason why I thought it was any good is because the way I watched it was on Netflix, with it describing the scenes in English, and it was just so funny. I couldn't help but enjoy the movie because it was just so funny.
I actually watched another live action, and it was not too good. Most live actions are just bad.
Okay, I have to ask, which live action are you talking about, Hawaii? Are you talking about Netflix's, or are you talking about the live action adaptation of Death Note? Okay, so the Netflix is not a live action adaptation in the traditional sense. It is just an American adaptation, which is unfortunate. But if you look at it kind of as that, it's not near as bad as it's given under initial scrutiny. Because it's not trying to follow the original story. It's trying to make its own story, which admittedly is still shit. But like, with trying to make something of its own, I can give it props for trying. And in that context, it just needed a little bit more refinement than what we got. In terms of live action movie, there is actually a yeah, like I said, it's kind of like watching the Percy Jackson and the Olympian Selecting Thief. The movie is okay as a movie. It's a coherent story, beginning to end. It's a good movie. If you put it in context of the books, it's not. It's kind of the same thing. If you watch the original series,
the books, it's trash. Absolute garbage. The movie itself is good, but when you compare it to the books, they did not follow the books at all.
So, but I have a very unique way of looking at things in terms of movies and books where I am not too hyper picky about stuff like that. So. Oh no, it's you.
None of me. Best
When I
girl.
was about to leave the school building, a most unpleasant person called to me. Devilman Crybaby?
What do you mean, oh no, Nanami? What do you mean, oh no? Why would you say oh no to Nanami?
Here's my question. Why would I go up and say, oh yeah?
Just go, hey, it's Nanami.
The reason why...
She's been nothing but nice.
The reason why I say oh no Nanami is because I do not like the character's interactions. I honestly think that if there's anything in this game that I would want to change, it is the main character.
Isn't that typical? Play Doki Doki Literature Club. The main character sucks.
Main character had no personality. That was more your personality.
No personality. The main character in Doki Doki sucked. He was a dick.
How? You chose what he said half the time. He
treated people so poorly.
You chose his poems. You chose what he said to Sayuri before she offed herself.
What do you think, Hawaii Brad? Do you think that the main character in Doki Doki is a dick? You don't get a choice. He is just a dick. He's just mean.
If I have this problem in Data Live, I'm gonna have problems with the entire genre. Thus far, the only visual novel style game that I have played where I like the main character that you play as is Phoenix Wright.
Well, I mean, knowing you relate to Shido, so you'd be fine in Data Live. You and Shido are very much alike.
Awkward person who's never had a girlfriend, doesn't know how to talk to a girl.
The
for
moment it
his
gets to
life.
sexy time, you're like, no. Put some clothes on, woman.
And yet I almost played this game in lingerie mode. Yeah.
But you didn't.
I almost did though.
Alright, continuing.
The only reason why I didn't is because streaming.
You relate to Shido a lot. Fight. We're brothers, it's what we do.
We are brothers that are born 18 months apart, so there's a lot of... And then there's Wilson. Nanami came running over, crying, carrying a waste basket. Oh, buggered. It looked like she had been in the middle of cleaning and was going to throw its contents away. Siblings always fight, usually. She'd spotted me in the blink of an eye. I tried to ignore her and get out of there fast, but as expected, Nanami wouldn't let me run away. Wow, that was a forceful sound. She had pulled at the hem of my uniform from behind.
妹見て逃げるなって何度言えばわかるの？
Talking about siblings fighting.
なんだよ。
なんだよじゃないよ。お兄が逃げるからナナもつい追いかけちゃうんじゃん。
You know, the only thing that I can say that would probably make this game more entertaining for me is if I actually spoke Japanese. Don't chase me if you don't have any real business with me.
相変わらず家に電話かけてこないし。まあ、ナナはもう諦めたけど、どうせお兄が真面目に連絡入れてくるとは思えないもんね。
I think her standing position is really awkward. She's like bent one direction, her hand is one direction, her other hand's the other way. Such a weird standing position.
You want me to say what it looks like?
You're just like, you got one hand here and one hand over here, and it's like,
You want
dude,
me to tell
your
you what it
spine
looks
is
like to
broken
me?
or something. What? You think this is the original floss? You think she's flossing in 2008? Yeah, okay. Yeah,
That's
okay.
what it kind of looks like.
Sassy. Yep, there you go.
You
She's the best. She's the best little sister. She's so nice.
You don't understand quite well, don't you? You aren't my little sister for nothing. Not that I don't need whatsoever for a 3D sister.
というわけで、これからも定期的にナナがお兄の部屋に様子見に行くから。
Survival confirmed.
感謝してよね。
You'd best be grateful. Damn it, it turned out like this in the end. Regardless, I longed to somehow escape from the curse of this depression-inducing sister of mine. No, even knowing it was impossible, I'd at least like a little repayment for putting up with her. I thought that all the time. Ah, I know. Here was my chance to spring into action with a plan I previously concocted. It could turn out to be a small, quiet form of revenge. I took a look at our surroundings, then beckoned Nanami and began walking toward the courtyard.
何？
ちょっと来てくれ。
なんで？なんかあるの？
She was the type to get obnoxious over every little detail. Stupid sis. Incapable of coming along with me in a nice, straightforward way. You're trying to ditch her!
ナナミに大事な頼みがある。
え？頼み？お兄が？なのに？
Nanami's eyes went
珍
round.
しいじゃん。お兄が頼み事なんて。
とにかく黙ってついてこいって。
あ、ちょっと待ってよ。
What's it, Zach? Are you British?
There were a few people in the courtyard. It became boisterous with students eating their lunches during the noon break. But the only people who came out here after school were those in the gardening club.
で、頼みって？
Nanami put the wastebasket she was holding down on the ground, then puffed out her chest, grinning.
あ、条件はマクで汚りね。その条件飲んでくれるんなら、本当は嫌だけど、お兄の頼み聞いてあげる。
She was constantly finding ways to piss me off. To think that she'd demand some kind of payback. On top of that, I treated her the last time we were at McD's. Whatever.
わかった。おごる。
え、本当？今日のお兄、いつもと違うね。
Yeah, but I'm lying. So sorry for being a liar, lol. Can't stand this character. And so I handed my cell phone to Nanami.
Oh,
I
I
asked
get
her
it.
to dial up 03X733X991. The number. Oh!
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
Yeah, you're a dick.
That was like a week ago, so.
It was, no, it was like 4 days ago. It was Thursday. No, Wednesday.
Okay, continue.
It was Thursday. I asked her to dial up the number recorded in my received calls history that had sent me that prank call.
着歴の番号にかける？
ネットの知り合い。
Seeing Nanami cock her head dubiously to one side, I swiftly told inappropriate sounding lies.
どうして7がかけるの？
かければわかる。
なんか企んでない？
I'm gonna take a quick sec before we do this. I'm gonna be right back. I want to go check something in the other room, so I'm gonna be right back. I don't intend to take long. In just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I had ice cream. He's fat too. By the way. And I very rarely eat ice cream. I just happen to have a hankering for some ice cream.
But it's so old.
Should still be okay.
じゃあもうお前には頼まない。
It sounds like a good way to get rid of a migraine.
わかったって、かけるよ。かければいいんでしょ。
It is old ice cream though.
ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。
I will note that though for the time being, because I'm eating the ice cream, I'm not going to be able to be reading the game, so.
Didn't know you'd be watching a mukbang stream.
It is not mukbang.
Isn't mukbang banned by the term service?
Hmm.
Look, it's a gift from her older brother. Of course she's gonna like her the bongo.
Ah, もしもし。お兄。
なんだ。
なんだじゃないよ。現在使われてませんって言ってるよ。
え？
おかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
This ice cream tastes terrible.
Back. Back. Thing. Tastes like a freezer.
I'm just gonna go out and say it. It's not a prank call.
Email. I would get so sick if I did that. I get sick when I have too much sugar.
Ne, 一体何なの？
もうお前用なし。
どういうことか説明してよ。
お前掃除中だろ。ゴミ箱置きっぱなしだぞ。
でも説明聞いてないもん。
like an ice webbing in mine. That's very disturbing to me.
Telling you, man, you want good anime? Watch One Piece. It's long, but it's worth it. You're gonna love it.
ちゃんと覚えといてよ。
Give it like, I don't know, 30 or 40 episodes before you can really judge it. The first 100 episodes of One Piece are kind of the prologue of the story. But I have a feeling you'd be hooked by about 30 episodes in. I personally was hooked in One Piece like two or three episodes in. But it is a fantastic story.
He watches one anime, One Piece. That's it. That's
I've watched
the only
several
anime.
animes. I've watched several anime. The most recent anime I watched was
One Piece.
Love, Chunibyo, Another Delusion. I do watch other anime. It's just One Piece is my favorite. It is the best.
Chunibyo.
知るか。
ちょっと嘘ついたの？
Wait, did you lie to me?
まあな。
お兄のバカ。
I do like subtitles, yes. Ishvalan prefers
お
dubs.
兄なんて
I prefer
携帯
subs.
の電磁波の影響で脳みそスカスカにされて死んじゃえ。
Love you too, Nanami.
I told you before, I don't like the main character of this game. If he was just a little bit nicer.
He's cute.
Yeah, you won't get that from me. So I have a 3-monitor setup on my computer. And a lot of the reason why is because I have a game on my main screen, a video or something of some kind on my left screen, and my chats and stuff on my right screen. So I have my Discord up on my right screen right now so I can see if anybody messages me or if any important messages come up. I got my stream up on my other screen because I can't really watch a show and stream, you know. And then I have my video game. But when I'm not streaming, video game, TV show of some kind, and my Discord chat. So I kind of need the English voices in order to actually do what I do, which is play a game and watch shows at the same time.
I do prefer the subs though. The Japanese voice acting generally is just much better. Some English voice acting is a high quality, but most of it is not. So I just prefer the Japanese voice.
Yeah, well,
acting.
what about Ghost Stories?
Dude, that's the best English dub. I love it. Not for children, but it is great.
Azuma Matsume? Matsume? Christopher Sabat, he says, is the best voice actor for All Might.
I can read. Part of it is also a bias of first experience. So like if you watch something in dub the first time around, you're probably gonna like it better. And so for most of One Piece, I got, I don't know, a couple hundred episodes in watching it dubbed, and then I switched to the sub when the dub ended, and I never went back. A lot of people in One Piece listen to, watch the anime, and then once they caught up with the anime, they just read the manga, and they never went back to the anime. I personally prefer the anime. But the manga is really good in its own right. I mean, it's... I just read manga online. I would love to pay for the full set of One Piece manga, but I don't have a steady income right now. I mean, I've read the first 100 chapters of Attack on Titan, and I've read all of One Piece so far.
I have an answer for this.
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You're hard indeed. Being a pirate is a wretched thing.
It's from the show Lazy Town, so yes.
Probably. All I know is, yeah, a little LimeWire is way old.
I think that might predate YouTube. I mean, literally, it's hosted on YTMND, so you're the man now, dog. It is pretty old, yeah. Close it, dude. You're gonna get your stream.
No, he can't hear it anymore. Cause see, I have it set up so I can hear it. No, I can't. No, I can't.
Whatever.
I can't.
Just play your dang game.
I'm a rainbow. Has so many flashing colors. Let me see what this is real quick.
Hilarious. Okay. Play Cat said. It was a sad day when Vine died.
I never missed it. Okay, let me, in any case, things looking like this. You know, this actually isn't so bad if you mix it up. Gets old with the new, it's not so bad. The top layer is the stuff that tastes horrible.
It tastes bad all throughout. I think the chocolate's like rotten.
Chocolate don't rot.
Kami-sama, 奇跡を起こしたまえ.
That'd be pretty rotten.
After praying to the heavens, unbeknownst to anyone, they stormed into the store.
Better out than in, that's what I always say.
One and done. I said that once. I kept my eyes peeled and searched for the Dojinshi corner. I made countless round trips and looked again and again, just in case. But I couldn't find it. So disappointed. Maybe I'd already sold out. I mindlessly surveyed the register. The cashier was a girl. She wasn't that cute, but she seemed friendly. I had never used a super high-level technique like asking a clerk if a product was in stock, not even once. The reason, of course, was because I didn't have the guts to. Not to mention the fact that Izumi Matsume's new work was entitled Saraton Goes Wild with Cosplay. Put that on my desk.
Hey, moderately attractive cashier. Do you have
Saraton
that?
Goes Wild.
Do you have that erotic manga here? Yeah, better not.
If I asked the female clerk something like that, no matter how I look at it, you're a perv. Thank you very much for coming.
It's alright, you're talking, you'll get away with it.
I do have a joke at work. I like to ask people, like, if you could have any superpower, and I'll ask you, Hawaii, if you could have any superpower, Hawaii, what would you want? You can only have one, and you cannot have the ability to steal other people's abilities. That's just.
Well, my ability would be
copy.
space-time manipulation.
Don't give him ideas. Let him answer first. Or her. It might be a her. I don't know. Or bread. Anything.
Well, why do you have to limit it to him or her? It could be
Visibility. Pervert.
It could be a they them.
Pervert.
No, I would totally do space-time manipulation. It's the best. It's the best.
Apparently, Hawaii bread is no better than Sanji or Absalom. That's the only reason why you.
Invisibility is very noble, but you don't need invisibility when you can freeze time. Come on, you do not need invisibility when you can freeze time.
You are a pervert.
I am a man. Nah, you don't need to fly if you can teleport. Space-time manipulation, man, it's the best ability.
You cannot teleport with space-time manipulation. It only seems like teleporting because by the time that anybody else catches back up, with the fact that you've frozen them, you have disappeared. You still walk.
Excuse me, but Hiro Nakamura can teleport.
I am telling you, because I'm the one who makes the rules for this genie granting wish that you have given me. You still have to walk.
It is one power. He does not have multiple. He has one power. Space-time manipulation. That is the power I would have.
You, on the other hand, get the ability to stop, freeze, or rewind time. You do not move as such when it happens.
So, yeah, if you give me the choice of what
and
power I have,
technically, you've stated 2 manipulations, space and time. That is 2.
That is the power.
But you get 1, space or time.
Well, then I would obviously pick time.
There you go. There we go. Temporal manipulation. That's what you get.
I would be able to temporal manipulation now. That's not just stopping time. That's reversing and fast forwarding.
But it's still the same power.
All right, temporal manipulation. Pretty sweet.
There you go.
I'll take it.
Because otherwise, that's like saying,
"Oh man, I can't teleport, but I can freeze time indefinitely and
just walk away."
I
Exactly.
Now, the one downside to stopping time is you still age, so you're just gonna die a lot sooner than anybody else because you're still living.
So what happens if you die while the time is stopped?
You just fall over in front of someone wherever you stopped, wherever you last were. All right, play the game, dang it. Give the people what they want.
I have 3 different abilities I'd want. The ability to change my physical appearance at will, like Mystique. Speed Force, like Barry Allen. Healing Factor, like Wolverine. One of those 3. If we could have 2 superpowers, what would you want, Hawaii? Familiar sword, great as the edge of my... Go B, Anna. If you could have 2 superpowers at the same time, which ones would you want? Now that's a nice sword. I think we saw it earlier, but this is like the first...
Now, I'd be tempted to do, space manipulation,
Teleport and
teleporting.
invisibility.
I'd be tempted to do teleport along with time travel or with temporal manipulation.
Well, yeah, space and time manipulation. You already said you wanted that.
Yeah, I mean, because then I could literal time travel would just be a huge advantage. So yeah, it'd be more important than flying or going really fast.
See, for me, I would want healing factor. Healing factor and the ability to change physical appearance. You've had way too many sodas.
What, you can be like Fuller from Home Alone? I mean, too many diet sodas.
Don't let the bad man. It's not worth it. You're on your 8th? I'm on my 1st.
I think you might need to go to the bathroom. That many sodas.
I think he's saying more so for his attention span.
Yeah, you may need to go to the bathroom real quick and come back. You probably have to go. Unless you're in like a really hot region of the world or something, but everywhere else is cold.
Nope,
so
they're good. I was a much more stable now.
A much more stable what?
I was a much more stable now after the stuff with Remy, but despite that, the situation surrounding me hadn't undergone much improvement. Here's a question for you, Hawaii. If you could have a healing factor and the ability to change your appearance at will, but you got teleported to 600 BC, would you take it?
I mean,
And I'd say you'd be teleported to the capital city of the biggest city in the world at the time.
I 100% would take it.
No, there's nothing there to do then.
But if you got healing factor, the supercellular regeneration, you wouldn't die. So yeah, I'd take it.
Especially if I got, let's say, a vial to give the healing factor to somebody else.
Not only do I have super regeneration, I've also got the ability to change my appearance. I could literally be whoever I want to be. I could do whatever I want to do. Yeah, of course you'd take that.
I think Hawaii's telling you there's no soda in ancient times. That's their problem.
You don't need soda. You got beer.
They have 25 sodas in the fridge, and you can't get drunk with a healing factor.
Oh, that's true. Okay, well, you know what? you can search. You can spend your 1400 years searching for the almighty sarsaparilla plant.
Sarsaparilla.
You could be the guy
Plus
who
a
invented
1.5 liter
root beer.
bottle and 5 mini bottles.
You could be the guy who invented root beer. Find sarsaparilla, make some good soda. Get some sugar cane. Yeah.
My question would be, can I have 24 hours first? And take a notebook. If I could go back in time with a notebook and those abilities and 24 hours preparation, I could do it.
You just spend your time. You spend like 20 years learning a career, and then you spend 20 years learning another career. You just keep going until you know everything. Diet Dr. Pepper, man. No, you don't want that diet stuff. Got all that aspartame and gross stuff in it. You gotta go full board and.
Why would you want Diet Dr. Pepper? Just get Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper is gonna have aspartame, which is not good for you.
Get some Dr. Pepper cherry.
If you're gonna get bad soda, might as well get good bad soda.
Yeah, go like full hardcore and get the Mountain Dew or something.
Or go Matt Pat's way. Or go Matt Pat's way. Get Diet Coke.
Dr. Pepper is gross.
Why do you like Diet Dr. Pepper then?
I like regular Coke. Regular non-diet Coke is just, it's fantastic. I'll take regular non-diet Coke. Regular Dr. Pepper is alright. Mountain Dew Voltage is great. I love Mountain Dew Voltage. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Pepper is the favorite drink of mad scientists everywhere, so...
No, DK Pepper is.
Hey look, piss. I mean, look at the color, dude, that's piss.
Nothing like. You found Dr. B before Dr. P. What's Dr. B?
Generic. Play the game. Oh, be prepared to get a whole bunch of information overload here. You may want to pay attention to the game for the next 20 minutes. You know, in Steins Gate, when they're going over like all the sciencey part, that's this part.
Feet. You about to be murdered? Mysterious illusion I need to trace my way along it. Jostling against passers-by again and again across the pedestrian scramble just before the signal turned red. The chain continued toward an old, deep green streetcar that had been set a little to the side of the Hachiko statue. I called it a streetcar, but because its wheels had been removed, it was actually closer to a kind of monument or exhibition. It should be possible to freely enter it. As I had guessed, the white chain went up to the streetcar's open door and extended inside its compartment. There were many people waiting around by Hachiko, but not one of them paid any heed to the chain. They didn't show the faintest indication of noticing it. Besides, I didn't sense anyone's presence inside the streetcar. I swallowed anxiously and took a peek inside.
Santa, love you.
Why is it wrapped around your leg? On that note, what's it connected to? As soon I came to the understanding that this had been a trap. I couldn't believe myself for not having felt the least bit of doubt up until now. There was a single figure within the empty seeming compartment. Aoi Senna sat cross-legged on one of the streetcar's wine-colored seats. Her sharp gaze captured me firmly. In her hand, she was holding a popsicle. That blue popsicle was Crunchy-kun, wasn't it? No, Crunchy-kun didn't matter in the slightest right now.
Crunchy-kun.
More importantly, I found it strange that I couldn't spot her giant D-sword anywhere. Where had she managed to stow away something so big?
Yeah, where had she put that sword of hers?
But that's a micro pistol. Where were you hiding such a thing? Really don't want to know.
It's probably in her hair. I mean, her hair is pretty big.
See, now this is one of the spots where I really hate them doing all delusions, because honestly, I want to know what actually is going to happen here.
Then don't use a delusion. Your choice.
In place of her sword, the white chain lay coiled at her feet. Come to think of it, when I last met her in the shopping district, she'd said, "I'll be in the streetcar near the station." This is where she'd met. She was the one who'd left the chain there. Had she really walked around holding such an incredibly long chain? It looked like it could weigh well over 10 kilos lengthwise. It must have surpassed 50 meters. The scroll was pretty hard to get a handle on. She wasn't normal. Could she possibly be Shogun? Frightened, I attempted to make a silent escape. A sharp voice came flying after me. I unthinkingly stopped in place. Frantic, I made the gears in my head go round and round. Circle of trust goes round and round.
I knew it.
Circle of trust goes round and round.
I knew you'd do it.
I'm telling you this. There's two ways this stream is ending for this game. I hit the end of the chapter. I hit 3 hours. What would she do if I just ran away from her? Would she chase after me, waving her D-sword? I tried imagining it, and it fit so perfectly with my image of her that I hastily wiped that vision out of my brain. Conversely, what would happen if I simply obeyed her and went in? She would have a good impression of me. Maybe she wouldn't do anything rough to me. Maybe there was even the possibility that she'd becoming interested in selling her D-sword to me. Wow, that was a clunky sentence. I didn't think she'd give it over quite that easily, but even so, I might be able to get her to tell me about a store where I could buy one. Besides, it seemed like she'd been waiting for me.
Let me get this straight. Taku wants Senna's D-sword? What are you wanting Senna's sword for? Turns out it's completely true.
あれ。
Hey, Senna, you better start your expo dumping here.
エラーはどこにあった？
What did she tell you last time you talked?
だから
you saw
私
each
をつけ
other?
てきたんじゃないのか？
She said, "Talk to me when in the streetcar. You see an error. In the streetcar, you saw an error."
Oh.
お前は何者なんだ？見えているみたいだけど。
Yes, I can see.
この窓の外に何が見える？ 完璧な世界がそこにあると思うか？あるはずがない。エラーは確かに存在する。すべてのものは人も含めて電気仕掛けだからな。
I mean, technically, I guess you're right, but
You're such a right-sider, Taku.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
You're going on a tangent, Taku. Answer her question.
「何を見ているか」
It's not a question of what you see. It's
何
what
を
you're
見せら
being
れている
shown.
か。人は体の外からの情報を五感によって得ているけど、その受け取る情報のおよそ 80% は視覚から入ってくる。そして視覚から得られた映像はパルス信号となって視神経を通り脳に送られる。
I thought absentmindedly that it was similar to a telephone. Telephones convert one's voice to electrical signals and carry that information to distant places.
電話か。似ていると言えなくもない。
She'd read my mind? No, that was outside the realm of possibility. Had I once again been muttering to myself without knowing it?
VR 技術を知っているか？
Virtual reality? Of course, I didn't actually put the answer into words.
ビジュアルリビルディング。
Visual rebuilding. I've been wrong. I'd never heard of that before.
アメリカの精神生理学分野で研究が行われている技術だ。生まれながらに目が不自由な人でも目の前にある景色がちゃんと見えるようになる。ビデオカメラのような映像機器を介してな。どうやってという顔をしているな。だが仕組みとしては単純な話だ。ビデオカメラが映した映像も脳を流れる神経パルスもどちらも突き詰めれば電気による信号なんだぞ。
What's up? Okay. Hers is better because her thumb is inside it. It's more like this. The reason why you get this particular view is because you're from that angle.
要は神経パルスにコンバートできる技術さえあればいい。すでに実際にテストは成功している。ある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ。
Patent? Are you serious? I thought her fantasy was rather well developed, right down to the delicate little details. But didn't saying it had a patent introduce some impossibilities?
その特許から読み取れることがある。
Sena, who had been looking out the window the whole time, turned back in my direction. She slowly
ある意図的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
CERN. Though Shibuya Station was right there before my eyes, the inside of the streetcar was peculiarly quiet. It felt as if all sound were being blocked out. It was an illusion, of course, but I couldn't help remembering my delusion of an empty Shibuya from several days earlier, and I couldn't take my eyes off the crowd moving outside the window.
さっき言ったように、人は電気仕掛けだ。脳だけじゃなく、全身に張り巡らされている神経にも電気が通っている。つまり肉体的な動きまでも操れるということになるんだ。理論的にはな。
This girl, she dumbfounded me. She was far, far more delusional than the likes of me or Yua. What she said sounded kind of logical, but wasn't it obviously made up?
特許を取得した研究チームもその方向へと研究内容をシフトしている。あまりに危険すぎる内容だったからアメリカ大統領が歯止めをかけようとして行政命令を出したくらいだ。
My country has been recognized.
How much of what she was saying was real?
いかなる機関であろうと政府との事前合意なしに人体の機密の研究を行うことを禁じる。それを支援することも同様である。
Talking about 4K Ultra, I take it? Looking down, Senna clenched the hand she left rested upon her knee.
だが世の中は腐った連中ばかりだ。倫理を無視して自分の利益のためだけに他者を平気で犠牲にするような連中がな。ヘドが出る。
When her accusation ended, she stuck the last fragment of her melting crunchy kun in her mouth and abruptly rose to her feet. I unthinkingly scooted back, but the wall was close
無知
behind
は
me.
罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。世界を疑え、仕組みを知れ。この世界は完璧じゃない。
She turned in my direction. I started to cover my face with my arms, thinking she'd hit me, but Senna slipped past my side without doing anything.
お前の見ている景色は本物か?
Muttering that without looking at me, right as she was on the verge of passing me. She vanished from the train on her own. Through the window, I dazedly watched Senna from behind as she left. She swiftly vanished into the waves of people without turning around even once. In the end, I hadn't been able to understand what she was trying to say. The most I could grasp was that she hated the world. Indeed, it was an archetypal form of adolescent rebellion. You understood nothing of what she just said, you dumbass. From my point of view, it was a nuisance to have her unilaterally expel her twisted tinfoil hat theories at me. You know, I really fucking hate you. With her tone being what it was, I'd felt like I was whatever. That manner of speech would be viable as a moe element in the second dimension, but all it did IRL was emphasize that no good delinquent air of hers. But I was relieved she hadn't attacked me. Would she? Somehow something about her gave me the sense that she was likely to go around beating up people without caring who they were.
Maybe because her idol animation is her with her fist out like this?
Maybe it's because you think she's just some bad, rebellious girl. Wanting to take a breather, I settled down into the seat Senna had occupied earlier. Immediately after, a delinquent-looking couple abruptly entered the compartment. And after them followed a trio of obviously delinquent Klogels, and then an aging older man and an even a younger suit-wearing salaryman. In practically an instant, the streetcar became cramped. What was this? All of a sudden, no one had attempted to enter before Senna left. The delinquent couple and the Klogels were too noisy for me, and I got out of there in a hurry, repeatedly hissing "die" in my head.
A kogao is a Japanese fashion culture that involves schoolgirls wearing an outfit based on Japanese school uniforms, but with very short skirts. Short skirts are worn irrespective of the season. The girls may also wear loose socks and scarves and have dyed hair.
So basically, that was how I got into a tiff with a Holden Caulfield type girl IRL. You prick, now you really got me PO'd. You know, Lord Neidhart, you say you weren't interested in 3D girls, but haven't you been getting along with all kinds of 3D girls lately? You said before that one of them barged into your house. No matter how I look at it, that's totally an Eero situation. You've really hit your stride with the ladies.
Well, yeah,
okay, listen up. I'll acknowledge that I have more opportunities to talk to cute chicks. But look, every single one of them is mental. You try being on the receiving end of their crazy talk. I'll telling you, it's a real life horror shiver. Sorry, man. Don't worry about it. Even after I returned home, the things Senna had told me nagged at me. Naturally, I didn't think they were true, but it shouldn't take more than a little investigation to determine whether the parts about the patent and the presidential order were real or fake.
Well, first you'd have to read English.
English. Which was why, with Grimm as backup, I soon began running some searches. I researched with the help of one of Grimm's acquaintances, an American resident. But it wasn't like we were going to find anything. Nowadays, you can't believe anyone without a good source. Shiho contacted me. Shiho was Grimm's aforementioned online friend. He lived in America and was fluent in English.
Wouldn't it be interesting if Shiho is someone we know?
With the fact that you're asking me, they probably are.
Eh?
What did? He went out of his way to translate it. For now, I'll upload it. You gonna troll me again? You have no faith, lol. Then again, that's because I'm usually up to no good. Or, so, should I invite Shihiro
もしか
then?
して
Shihiro?
マジなのか
Graham had tricked me all the time up till now. If I trusted him like usual here, I'd end up seeing something mind-breakingly nasty. But he had a source, and he was even saying he'd invite Shiho. Here's my question.
Yeah.
Is Shiho somebody you meet later?
I have no idea. I don't even recognize the name. I'm completely. I don't remember, dude.
くそ僕はなんてお人よしなんだ
Heart beating a little faster, I clicked the link while narrowing my eyes to keep from seeing anything clearly at once.
なんだこれ
This document written in English was a strange diagram below it. In the middle of the diagram was drawn something resembling a human face. The headline was United States Patent. Patent must mean the same thing as Tokyo. Tokyo. In other words,
ア
this
メリカ
was
の特許
An American
VR
Tokyo.
技術を知っているか
told you it's Tokyo.
すでに実際にテストは成功しているある研究チームが特許を取得済みだ
Victor Condria.
And then are connected to the optic nerve, which contains to the brain. But if you're born with no optic nerve, it has already met with the success in tests, and they all have also acquired a patent.
本当に認められてる
The things Senna told me hadn't simply been adolescent delusions. I gulped and opened the other text file. American government White House announcement issued on March 27, 1997, the strengthening of protections against classified human experimentation. No organization may conduct classified experiments on human subjects, nor may they support such efforts in the absence of informed consent. This order takes effect on March 27, 1998, or if the legislative process permits, before that date. President of the United States, William J. Clinton. An executive order from the American president. Its contents were the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a movie. I hadn't imagined even this would be part of reality. I tried following the linked URL just in case even I can read English text. In spite of my appearance, I'm way smarter than those slackers who attend school every day. But the contents were actually written were indeed the same as translated text. Then his words
あ
were
る意図
worded.
的な情報を神経パルスへコンバートすることが可能なら、人の五感すべて、さらには人の意志そのものもコントロールできるんじゃないか。
What'd you do with my tissue? What'd you do with my tissue?
What tissue?
I had napkin sitting right there, which you moved.
There's a bloody napkin right there on the trash can.
Sit up. Where was the stuff that was right here?
There's a game theory thing.
Nah, just need some lotion and no.
No.
I'm back! I muted myself. It seemed that on the day of the third new gen incident, the staking, I had gone to @cafe and posted in a chat as Shogun, but I remembered nothing of it. Besides, I didn't have any memory of Rimi. Apparently, she was a friend I'd been classmates with for over a year, and whom I'd hung out with countless times, but she didn't exist in my memory. What if I had believed like that while... What if I had behaved like that while being manipulated from outside by somebody else? For starters, there was no way I'd be able to become close to a cute girl like Rimi, given how bad I was at talking to 3D girls. Nah, you're overthinking it. At least, the part about the chat was purely Yua's fantasy. Shogun existed separately, and all he'd done was try to entrap me. Setting aside the matter of whether his real identity was the elderly man who had appeared in front of the 107 building in a wheelchair, What if Senna too were an associate shogun? Maybe she was attempting to mislead me. Don't swallow it without a grain of salt. Don't believe a suspicious and unfamiliar girl like her. Senna and Yua were birds of a feather. It'll be okay this way, right, Saratan? And post-awakening, Sarah looked at me sorrowfully. She must be worried sick about me. How much more is left to the chapter?
A lot.
The only sound reverberating through the room was that of someone tapping a keyboard.
I got 3 more delusion triggers this chapter, and we got
Kusanagi Yua's slim little lithe fingers moved as if it were. Her gaze was constantly fixed on the monitor. She touch typed calmly, making type. She was writing an email. In addition, it was a rather long one. Yua had already spent close to 30 minutes thinking of her message and polishing it as she went on writing. Her fingers stopped moving without warning. She let out a small sigh of distress and abruptly held down the backspace key. The cursor blinked on the monitor and scrolled along as it sped its way toward the left side of the screen. The long composition she had been writing up until now vanished in the blink of an eye, together with the cursor's movements. When all of the text had at last been erased, Yua picked up the stuffed ghetto froggy, sat on her bed, and hugged it to her chest. This had become a habit of hers of late. If she weren't embracing something like this, she would grow unbearably anxious. Burying her chin in the stuffed animal, Yua simultaneously sighed again and gave a little shake of her head.
私に勇気をください。
Yua's expression was strained as she murmured quietly to no one in particular. With the stuffed animal resting atop her knees, she returned her hands to the keyboard. One after another, the monitor displayed the characters she typed with graceful gestures. When she had written that far, Yua's hand paused. It was exceedingly short and simple compared to the text she had previously erased. After some hesitation, Yua went ahead and clicked the send icon.
送っちゃった。
The mail finished sending without giving her a chance to stop it. Yua embraced the ghetto froggy on her knees again, harder. From then on, she continued staring at her monitor for over an hour. Though she hadn't expected much of an answer from the recipient, there was absolutely no indication that one was coming. Usual room 37. As I sank my hips into its reclining chair, I chewed on my nails to distract myself from my irritation. There was a reason I had come to At Cafe yesterday and today in succession. The night of the day before yesterday, after I found out from Grimm's investigations that Sen had been telling me the truth, I got an email from Yua. Plus, she was presumptuous enough to mention that she wanted to talk with me one more time. Don't fuck around with me, I'd like to say to her. What's with saying I want to talk with you after deceiving me? There's nothing you could possibly have to tell me. Anyway, she must have come up with a new plan to entrap me or something. I'm not going to play along with her. Yes, I wasn't used to conversing with girls, and as a result, I'd been totally taken in when you
Made a play for me.
made a play for me. Seeing me like that, she'd been secretly mocking me. And then there were her incomprehensible delusions. I have plenty of delusions myself, but mine didn't cause any inconvenience to other people. Bullshit. But she'd regurgitated her theories at me in a way that almost made it seem like I was the new gen criminal. She'd regurgitate theories made it seem like I was new gen. I'd never forgiven her. I'd never forgive her. And so I had ignored her email. But one thing still concerned me. In the email, Yua had written that she was going to use my base. That she was going to my base. Indeed, she did know my address, which is why I had taken refuge at cafe, even though today wasn't a school day for me. If possible, I'd have liked to bring my D sword for good luck, but unlike Senna, I didn't have the guts to walk around the shopping district carrying it with me. All that aside, it was pretty tiring to spend almost half the day at a net cafe. The reclining seat was comfortable, and the store interior even came equipped with showers, but I certainly couldn't make myself feel as at home as in space.
When do you take a shower aside from?
Besides, the biggest problem was Seratan's absence. Spending these past 2 days shut up at cafe had really made me see how vital Seratan's existence was to me. I wanted to return to my base fast, but I had decided to go home late at night after one day changed to the next. By that time, the last train would have run, and I didn't have any reason to. The last train would run, and I didn't think even Yua would be lying in wait for me. I had another 4 hours to kill before midnight. It'd go by quickly if I played ESO, but I shifted my gaze to the PC monitor. My secondary character, Lysolette, was standing there with nothing to do.
お前の見ている景色は本物か?
I recalled Santa's last words. Over half of what she had said was a fact, except we hadn't been able to find a source for the part about controlling people's free will and physical movements. Maybe that aspect of it was purely in Santa's head. Because mixing the truth with a tiny bit of a lie was particularly skillful and effective method by which to threaten someone. Though I understood that with my reason, the unexplainable phenomena that had occurred to me over these past few weeks kept flitting across my brain, and they remained terrifying no matter what I did. I absentmindedly contemplated Lysolette inside the screen.
リーゼロって
リーゼロって
お前の見ている景色は本物か?
I muttered in a soft voice, so as to keep anyone nearby from hearing it. I had pondered something similar before. The world that I was currently looking at, Lysolette's world, Bessard, may have been real thing to Lysolette, but to me it was artificial. This suggested that the world I'm in, which the person behind me gazed at, was also something artificial. However, in the same way that Lysolette couldn't recognize me, a higher order being, I too failed to recognize the higher order being who was the person behind me. I wondered if Lesolette was thinking the same kind of thing as me. At least without my intervention, she wouldn't be able to move under her own power. Then what about me? Would I even be able to rise from this reclining seat if the person behind me chose not to intervene? I tried standing up, and I met with immediate success. This time I tried sitting down, no problem. The sequence of movements, was it a product of my own will? Or was it the result of the interference of the person behind me? I had no way to determine which of which, in the end. The door that set apart this private room was opening. I heard it at my back. I simultaneously sensed someone enter. Startled, I turned. Yua. Kusunoki Yua. I was about to cry out in dread, but Yua's hand sealed my mouth. That hand of hers was feverishly hot, and my nose picked up on the scent of her sweat.
黙って。声を出さないで。出さないって約束して。約束してくれるよね。しないなんて言わないよね。約束して、するでしょ。するの、お願い。
The small private room. Yua blocked off my escape route. Before I knew it, Yua had pressed down on my shoulders.
No green delusion?
What?
What, no green delusion?
No.
Come on.
Pressed down on my shoulders with stunning strength, and I couldn't get up from my chair either. Yua's gaze pierced me coldly at point-blank range. When I averted my eyes, unable to endure it, I saw the 3 ghetto froggies attached to her back hanging from her shoulder.
声を出さないで。
I had the feeling that she'd kill me if I fought back. Thus, unresisting, I simply nodded at everything Yua said. It made delusion anyway?
Yep.
好き。
Something tells me it did a good delusion.
Or just did the neutral one. I told you, neutral's not always no delusion.
I know, but I'm curious because my mouse is in the top left corner. So when I press enter, if maybe it selected. Because
分かって大好き。分かってよ。私のものになってお願い。
I thought a confession of love would be more romantic, more heart-rending, more joyful. This was different, terrifying. My back went cold. Though she should have been confessing her love to me, it felt as if I were receiving a death sentence. I had no choice but to turn her down here and now. She's merely a stalker. At this rate, things really would go past the point of no return. I forcibly shook off Yua's hands.
お断りだ。警察に突き出すぞ。
Yua went pale, as if she'd received quite a shock. She hung her head, growing more timid with every passing
そん
moment.
なに嫌われてたなんて。ごめんなさい。もう、付きまといません。
Fucking hate you, dude.
さようなら、西条くん。
Looking away from me, she turned her back to me with sagging shoulders. She left the room with faltering footsteps. I'd said it. I'd said it. Seeing Yua cry was, on the contrary, rather refreshing.
You just like screw, dude.
I don't like the main character of this game. He's a dick.
Cracking macho poses.
I don't like him. Yua. Came back to myself with a gasp. As before you, it was in front of me, covering my mouth.
西条くんのこと騙してたわけだし。
See, I wanted to know what she said without a delusion. That's why I wanted to go. No delusion.
でも、お願いです。一つだけ。これ以上。あなたが傷つくのも、あなたが不幸になるのも、あなたのせいで不幸になる人が出るのも見たくないんです。
Thank you for carrying you. You have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not your fault you got DID, right, Nishijo?
ごめんなさい。お願いだから静かにしてください。話はすぐ終わりますから。師匠くん。もう。人を殺すのはやめてください。自覚がないんですね。でもそれも私には理解できます。西条くんに自覚があるはずないから。あなたはDID 多重人格なんです。最初はあなたのこと警察に突き出すつもりでした。それが無理ならこの手でとも思ってました。だけどあなたのこと調べていくうちにあなたも苦しんでるんだって分かって。
Band-Aid.
私あなたを助けたい。だから病院に行きましょう。
Wait, log out of the computer first. I think right there is a good stopping point. Dude running. You know, that's...
Open save screen. We're gonna save right here. Save,
Because
save.
if we're looking at the thing here, we got escape, delusion trigger, intermission, discussion, intermission, something else, and something else.
Alright, well, we're gonna call it there. It's also at the 3 hour mark, so this works for me too. Which is probably what he's noticed as well. So, that concludes my play for this game for today. I will keep streaming for a couple of more hours. I do need to take a short break. It has been a couple hours since I've done anything significant. Give me just a little bit. It's going to take me about 20 to 30 minutes, I'm going to say, somewhere around that. At which point I will be back. And we will see about playing something else. Alright. Have fun, guys, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
Oh, that was so weak. Oh, yeah,
wow.
dunk though. Alright, wait. Give me the boost first. Oh, damn. That was a good bang. It's great clear.
Yeah.
You going back post?
Of course. No. Thank you, Kami.
Of course. Oh.
Thank you, Jay.
Boomer center. Jeez,
It's
man.
high.
Ah, fucking
diving
hell.
him.
Down.
I was in the position to fucking save it.
It's all good, man.
I didn't want to hit it like that anyway. My bad. Just centered it for him. Cheating.
Yeah, going right.
Bang. I'm grabbing back left boost.
Wow, what a 50, bro. He's a tank.
One more. Ooh.
I tried.
Turning. Ooh, that was a weird touch.
Careful here. Well, nice.
50.
Hello.
Behind you, charge.
What was I playing last? I'm trying to remember.
I tried again.
Dang, bro. Why do I suck?
Did a little bit of War Thunder.
He just got destroyed.
The Chaos Head.
Oof, that hit though.
1, 2, 3, 3. Oh, we left the party? Let's go.
He died.
Is killing my game. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah. Ah, freaking missed.
Fucking.
I'm trying to figure out what. Oh, that's what I was playing. Great.
Oh, I got another shot. That was unintentional.
Dude,
Okay.
I'm so bad right now.
How do you get that?
Oh
my god!
Corner. Oh, nice. Charged. Why are you backwards,
My
bro?
bad.
Come on, someone.
That was my bad.
It's all good.
Okay. Was not
You got it?
expecting him.
I got bumps. Just take that up.
Oh, I got bumped. Wow.
Take it.
Good shot.
Close shot.
Well, GG. Oh.
I was trying to pinch it.
Oh,
with
it
you.
works. Well.
Not enough though. Damn.
All right. Yeah, I'm playing absolutely
You're not
terrible
the only one.
tonight, dude. Like,
Dude,
holy
that server
frick.
wanted to kill me anyway,
Catch,
so it's
catch me
fine.
on another night. I will carry you guys, I promise, but not tonight.
Alright, I'm
Freaking A.
Alright,
I'll catch y'all later.
Peace.
Deuces.
Alright.
What are you doing, Kami?
I'm gonna play a little bit of Overwatch.
Yeah, invite
A
me.
little bit of a little bit of Overwatch, a little bit, probably a little bit of Fortnite. And then maybe after a couple hours, I can see about playing some Greedfall, because I started playing that. I'm just looking at the time that I got. Alright. Feel free to join in the chat if you like. You bet. Talking, having fun, but... Oh, it'd probably help if I updated things.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. prove myself. 2, 1, fight.
My shield's up!
Get behind the barrier.
I'm under fire! My barrier's about to go! I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Barrier activated.
Touch from afar. Get into position. Become power.
Please move behind the barrier. 30 seconds remaining. You are
Your strength ends.
capture the objective. Please move behind the barrier.
Find their weakness and play the objective.
Team up for special attack. 1 to 0. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Death
3,
walks among you.
1. Fight.
It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
That was a tactical error.
Score 2 to 0. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Our world is worth fighting for.
1. Fight. Match point.
What?
Select your hero.
fully healed.
Don't worry, my friend. I am your shield.
Enemy eliminated. Victory. Play of the game. Cease your resistance. Welcome to Castile. Battle, Widowmaker. Fight.
Fuck off.
Battle, Roadhog. Fight. Symmetra. Fight.
Raksha Pranali Sandhikatkata.
Score. 1-4. Battle. Wrecking ball. Fight. Match point.
Top speed reached.
Score 2-4. Battle. Baptiste. Fight. Match point.
Regen burst activated. Get in here.
Defeat. Arriving at Eco Point, Antarctica.
True self is without form.
Welcome to Castile. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm a one-man apocalypse.
1. Fight. Select your hero. Your safety is my primary concern. 1. Fight. I recommend moving behind the mountain. Stop right there. I'm enemy. Score 2-0. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm going to win!
3, 2, 1. Fight. Match point.
Routing power to forward shield!
Double. Victory. Play of the game. Welcome to Ayutthaya. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm a one-man apocalypse.
1. Fight. Select your hero. Your safety is my primary concern. 1. Fight. Moving behind my barrier. Enemy eliminated. Score 1-1. Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Your safety is my primary concern. 1. Fight. Score 2-1. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm going to win!
3, 2, 1. Fight. Match point. I'm here.
Enemy corner. I'm picking up! Moving up.
Score 2-2. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm going to win!
3, 2, 1. Fight. Match point.
I got it. Okay. What's new? That one I don't care about buying. That one I do. That one I don't. That one I do. Alright. And then, is there any of this stuff that I'm missing that I want? Alright. I'm gonna take another quick break. This one will be quick. I need to go grab myself something to eat. I'll be back in just a little bit, at which point I'm going to be playing a little bit of Fortnite, and then kind of go from there. So give me a little bit. I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. Mother of God. Hi, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. Again, why do I keep doing this? I'm going AFK. I have to go AFK because my body hates me. I thought I was all good except for a couple hours, and of course, naturally, I'm not. I will be back after a little bit. Once I'm back from the break, I'm gonna be playing Greedfall, continuing on from where I was last. So, give me a little bit. Please be working with me here. I will be back.
Greenblood! Do you need something?
I must leave you.
You again? What are you doing in my room?
I'm not the only one that's found you. Have you seen the mob that's gathering in the street?
I'm neither deaf nor blind. By the spheres. Why didn't I leave the city while there was still time?
The Alliance ambassador is quite unsettled by your commerce. And he's the one who sent me.
Sahin. Him again. Ruining my career wasn't enough for him. He's the very reason I had to leave the Alliance. And here I am, playing the part of the potion maker. Me, who was once a respected member of the Academy of Al-Sad.
Dr. Sahin warned me that you were an imposter.
That doesn't surprise me, coming from him. I was a master alchemist. I understand if you don't believe me after all that, but I have a number of documents to prove it. I would still be one if Sahin hadn't set off a chain of machinations to disgrace me.
Why does Sahin bear you such hatred?
I wasn't fortunate enough to oppose certain great minds of the Academy. To criticize their methodology. I saw them inflicting torture on sick prisoners. Making them drink the most vile poisons. To find a remedy to the Malachor they won't hesitate to kill. I could not keep my silence.
It is for an act of courage that you fell from grace, and earned Sahin's hatred. Are you not ashamed to have poisoned those poor souls?
These potions are not harmful. That is to say that they don't contain any harmful ingredients.
But you could just as easily produce real healing potions. So why don't you?
You don't understand. I fled. But I haven't put a stop to my own research. This potion is an attempt to create in those who drink it a resistance to the Malachor.
So you manipulate people to use as experimental fodder? That is completely unethical.
I don't have a choice, but it does not harm them, I assure you.
If this potion were inoffensive, then why wouldn't you drink it when I offered it to you?
I ran tests on myself for such a long time that I ended up becoming intolerant to it. A small sip of this mixture provokes in me now a violent reaction. I mean, the mob would have been furious in any case, but a normal dose, I assure you, is without risk.
Your methods don't seem so different than those of your colleagues.
I don't torture people. And this potion only has side effects in high doses.
Perhaps, but you are hurting innocents. I cannot let your commerce continue.
So, what are you going to do with me, my lady?
I'm going to help you leave the city. But you must promise never to return.
I swear it.
Very well then. I need to first get you away from those who want to see you hanged.
If we can't find a way to sneak out of here discreetly, we will have to confront the populace.
I haven't lost hope that I'll be able to help them hear reason.
It would be better if I remain hidden while waiting.
Please listen, I beg you.
If you want him to reimburse you, get in the back of the line like everyone else!
Believe me, I understand why you are angry.
Me? It's not money I want! That charlatan tried to poison us! I couldn't give a flying pile of dung for your pretty words. We're gonna hang him high! And you too, if you're an accomplice!
How absurd! I'm the one who put an end to his operation.
Well, in that case, help us catch him so he can be punished like he deserves.
He's trapped! He'll have to come out someday, you'll see!
And so you plan on waiting here? I do not advise that. All of you drank one of those potions, am I right?
You're right, we did. Tasted of death. I did nothing for me ulcer.
As for me, I only drunk a few drops. And my tooth is aching more than ever.
Alas, you need only drink a mere drop for it to provoke paralysis.
Paralysis?
A terrible side effect. The symptoms appear sooner or later. No one is spared from them.
What? Are we doomed then?
Everyone is. Except, of course, those going to see a doctor to receive the antidote.
What are we gonna do? The doctor costs a fortune. We're all gonna end up like statues.
Listen to me, everyone. I know a good doctor that will help us. Come on, follow me!
That charlatan will just have to wait to get what's coming to him.
The alchemist is now far from danger, at least.
Go and tell him the good news.
So, did you find a way to get me out of this hornet's nest?
I persuaded the mob to disperse calmly and without a fight. The way is free.
Very well. What power of persuasion? They didn't seem of a mind to hear reason from me.
You were free. Climb into your carriage and leave Serene immediately. Let me deal with Dr. Sahin.
I owe you my life, my lady. I will be eternally in your debt.
I remind you to never step foot here again.
I have no desire to return anyway. Farewell.
Your Excellency.
Lady de Sade.
I tracked down your man near the Coin Guard barracks.
Finally. Did you capture him?
Let's just say that I put an end to his activities. His reputation in Serene is forever tarnished. Matters turned out a little more complicated than anticipated. Why should I deliver him to you? You deliberately hid the truth about him from me.
What? Might I remind you that you're in audience with the ambassador of the Bridge Alliance?
and you to a legate of the Congregation of Merchants, that you treat like an imbecile. This man is indeed an alchemist of the bridge, and he told me much about your disagreement of opinion.
And of course you sided with him.
Certainly not. I have no part to play in your quarrels. I just chased him from our city. Now, if you are still intent on placing him in irons, you need to capture him. On your own lands.
How embarrassing. I should have shown more honesty in your regard. Please accept my excuses. And this modest gift for the voyage that awaits you.
I need to be going. Goodbye, Excellency.
Goodbye, Lady de Sardet.
One of these days, I'm going to be figuring out what I'm doing. Today is not that day, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I had myself muted. Again. You'd think I'd catch on every once in a while, double check everything before I start talking, but no, why would I ever be that wise? I apologize. Again, I did not intend to be muted. I'm curious how big my inventory pouch is in this game.
The merchant is there.
Good day, my lady.
Whoa, your face.
You can start by explaining to me why you refuse to honor the orders agreed upon with the guard.
There's been a misunderstanding, madam. Of course we're ready to honor the orders. In fact, I've already had a word with your master-at-arms.
They're asking that we pay again, despite having already paid.
It's just that the price has gone up since. I've nothing to do with it.
This is inadmissible. If you agree on a sum, you need to honor that agreement.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm just an agent, and I'm only obeying orders.
Why don't we go and solicit other suppliers, Kurt?
When we've already paid for the merchandise? If these thieves agree to reimburse the original payment, it's what we do immediately. We do know, in the future, we won't be shopping with them. Well, I should think not.
Your master has apparently asked you to demand a second payment for this merchandise.
That's right. He told me that their attendant seemed to be hiding something when he passed the order. And so he must have thought the guard would end up paying in the end, whatever he asked for.
I'll be damned. And I'm the one they've sent to settle the affair.
Sorry, Captain, it's nothing personal. I'm only following orders.
Following orders? Yeah, we hear you. Makes one wonder which one of the two of us is a coin guard.
This whole story sounds suspicious and stinks of a scandal. You were demanding a second payment, but refused to reimburse the one that was already made.
I'm not the one demanding nor refusing. It's my master.
This stubborn fool is pushing me to madness. You understand now why I'm asking for your help?
I don't think you understand who you were dealing with. Perhaps I failed to present myself properly. Lady de Sardet, niece of the Prince d'Orsay, and legate of the Congregation of Merchants. During our conversation, you explained to me that your master forced you to commit a crime. That's regrettable, especially as you will be considered his accomplice in extortion and theft. You know as well as I that the Congregation does not tolerate such illegal activities.
But I'm only obeying orders.
That's a shame. Well, as orders are the only language you seem to understand, I order you to return the guard the merchandise without delay, unless you'd rather your master is hung, and that you finish your days in prison.
I beg your pardon, my lady, but you are not my master. Moreover, the attendant of the guard was quite specific, saying this affair should be handled with extreme discretion. So I seriously doubt that you'll be wanting to drag us in front of a judge. That would stir up the muck.
Whatever's he talking about, Kurt?
Your guess is as good as mine.
This game has an autosave feature.
This is preposterous. Your master is a thief. And I have no patience for bandits and robbers. Either you give us back what's ours, or we'll take it.
Your idea of diplomacy isn't all that different from my own.
To the devil with ya.
Since you leave us no choice.
The merchant's clerk isn't hearing your arguments.
You know, that's an interesting point. It just on me. I can't say I've ever seen a Twitch streamer smoke. Ooh, nice rifle. Ooh. That's cool. Love that sword though. Ah, man. Anything? I want to change one more thing. Sorry. I really like that sword. Nice sword. Okay. Yo.
Good day, my lady. How might I be of service?
You can start by explaining to me why you refuse to honor the orders agreed upon with the guard.
There's been a misunderstanding, madam. Of course we're ready to honor the orders. In fact, I've already had a word with your master-at-arms.
They're asking that we pay again, despite having already paid.
It's just that the price has gone up since. I've nothing to do with it.
This is inadmissible. If you agree on a sum, you need to honor that agreement.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm just an agent, and I'm only obeying orders.
Your master has apparently asked you to demand a second payment for this merchandise.
That's right. He told me that their attendant seemed to be hiding something when he passed the order. And so he must have thought the guard would end up paying in the end, whatever he asked for.
I'll be damned. And I'm the one they've sent to settle the affair.
Sorry, Captain. It's nothing personal. I'm only following orders.
Following orders? Yeah, we hear you. Makes one wonder which one of the two of us is a coin guard.
Why don't we go and solicit other suppliers, Kurt?
When we've already paid for the merchandise? If these thieves agreed to reimburse the original payment, it's what we'd do immediately. And do know, in the future, we won't be shopping with them. Well, I should think not.
This whole story sounds suspicious and stinks of a scandal. You were demanding a second payment, but refused to reimburse the one that was already made.
I'm not the one demanding nor refusing. It's my master.
This stubborn fool is pushing me to madness. You understand now why I'm asking for your help?
I don't think you understand who you were dealing with. Perhaps I failed to present myself. Lady de Sardet, during our conversation That's regrettable. You know as well as I that the...
But I'm only obeying orders.
That's a shame. Well, as orders are the only language you seem to understand, I order you to return the guard the merchandise without delay, unless you'd rather your master is hung, and that you finish your days in prison.
As you request, my lady. I shall go immediately and ask that these crates be delivered to the attendant.
Now that's a wise decision.
Thank you. I was beginning to think this would never end. You're certainly honoring your new title. Bravo! The quartermaster must be expecting us.
Master.
To my help! Running out of energy! Drink a potion! Move away! Things are about to get dicey! You'll find all you need in our selection, whatever you need to be.
Captain, you set sail soon. Have you seen to our little business?
Yes, we were finally able to recover your merchandise.
Excellent news. I'm afraid, though, that your mission isn't completely finished, Kurt.
Blast me, I'm a captain, not an errand boy.
The commander was quite explicit.
Very well. What do I need to do?
The merchandise that you obtained needs to be sent to Tier 4D as soon as possible. But the Port Authority formalities for shipping take an eternity to wade through. And we've already lost quite a bit of time with this dishonest merchant.
Are you blatantly asking us to smuggle this merchandise and contraband?
I would never ask you to do such a thing, Your Excellency.
Ah, but you don't mind asking that of Kurt?
Well, now, if he finds an alternative solution that is less, illegal, that would be fine. The method matters not. But this cargo must reach the Isle on the next ship.
Marvelous.
Well then, I await your return with utmost impatience. I'm certain you shall do what's required.
Are your boots worn through? Is your hat?
Lively there, lads and lasses! I promised the merchants and their prince we'd be off before the tide. You, man, carry that properly. That porcelain is worth more than your life. Some children we'd been best to refuse.
Captain Vasco.
And you are?
I'm de Sardet, the prince's niece. If all is in order, we will soon be embarking on your boat.
It's a ship, not a boat.
Apologies.
Apologies for my asking, but the young governor isn't with you.
He didn't come home this morning. I need to find him before departure.
I hope nothing's happened to him or he hasn't changed his mind. The tide does not wait.
Perhaps he simply celebrated his imminent departure with a little too much enthusiasm. Is everything ready?
We're short a crew member. The cabin boy is missing. But have no fear, we will leave without him if he does not present himself before the tide.
Is he an important member of the crew?
We don't need him for sailing or navigation. He's only a cabin boy.
He must have simply had a bit too much to drink in celebrating his departure. Like another I know.
I doubt that. Jonas was never one to fancy drink. And it's been 2 days since last he was seen. No, I fear something bad has happened to him. Might I ask you, if you hear anything, could you report it to me? I would like to set sail with a clear mind.
When did you see your cabin boy for the last time?
It's been 2 days since I've had any news at all. It wasn't out of the ordinary until this morning. My men have free shore leave when we're at dock. But the day of departure, every able-bodied sailor must be present on the ship.
Does the boy know anyone in Serene?
Other than fellow Norts, you mean? I don't think so, but it's difficult to be sure.
Miss Jonas, does he have any close friends amongst the crew?
In tradition, we are all members of the same family. But yes, there would be Flavia and Laura.
Might I have a word with them?
As you wish. You'll find them over there, in port.
Have you seen anyone wandering about? Suspicious looking. Maybe clandestine passengers.
Take a look around. There are far too many comings and goings to spot possible stowaways. As long as they don't try and get on my ship, I pay no attention to them. That said, we did catch ourselves a smuggler just a while ago.
A smuggler? Maybe he could be of some use. Where could I find him?
In the port jails, not far from the warehouses. May I ask you, why the sudden interest in smugglers and the odd stowaway?
Nothing to bother yourself about. I'm just curious.
You wouldn't, by the sheerest of coincidences, be on the trail of a couple of heretics, Your Excellency. The same a couple of the ambassadors of Teleme's men have been looking for nigh on 2 days.
And so you know about that?
Of course. The Cardinal's henchmen are hard to miss, even in a crowd. And they were making quite a fuss, hoping we would cave in and help them in their hunt. Feel free to carry out your own investigation, but you'll end up with the same answers. The port brigs, just like the warehouses, are property of the Norts. No one else may enter.
You haven't heard anything about my cousin by chance, have you? To be honest, we were hoping to find him here.
Did you say he was intending on celebrating his departure? My men spoke of a rather animated party that went down at the Coin Tavern, but I haven't heard anything else.
That isn't the safest place in the city. I hope nothing has happened to him.
Let's go and find him. Thank you, Captain.
Happy to be of some help.
I have a favor to ask before we leave.
I'm all ears.
We would like to load some merchandise into your ship's hold.
Impossible. You're too late for that. All merchandise must be registered at the Port Authority, and the formalities are long. So, unless you're asking me to turn smuggler and hide contraband on my vessel...
I wouldn't go that far. We're only talking about a few crates, after all.
Well then, they'll have to wait. The next ship for New Serene leaves in a month.
Hellfire. If that shipment doesn't leave today, the commander will have my hide.
Captain, I understand your position, but isn't there some way we can get these crates on board?
I doubt it. Even if I wanted to help you, my quartermaster is a half-crazed bridge troll. He's gotten into his head that a gang of ruffians want to use my ship to pass contraband over to Tirfredi. He's placed guards where our cargo is being held before being loaded. All that is not in the warehouse, and noted on the manifest, will be left on the docks. Sorry, but your crates are gonna have to wait until the next ship sets sail.
Sorry, Kurt. At least we tried.
The commander is gonna have my head.
I'm sure that's what he wanted in giving me this impossible task.
In that case, we're going to have to doctor the manifest ourselves. It must be at the Harbour Master's office. Could you tell me a little about your guild?
We are masters of the oceans. Our ships can sail where no others dare.
Thanks to your magic, so I've heard. How do you become a Nort?
Our magic, yes, that only the Norts master. As for your question, any child born on one of our ships is sea-born. He is a Nort from birth. Others are sea-gifted, joining the Norts for different reasons, often from a young age. It's how the guild is made and maintains its numbers.
Could you tell me anything about our destination? The island of Teofredi?
It is a magnificent place. Wild. Spared from your wars and your mines, for now. The natives have a relationship with their land and consider it sacred. They're a very friendly people, welcoming, that will appear to you strangely familiar. I've also heard that there are a great many exotic creatures, some enormous. But I wouldn't know what else to tell you. I've never strayed far from the ports.
What do you think of our port?
Are you referring to this one? It is the biggest high seas port on the continent. Thanks to your prince, even though it remains part of your city. It holds a particular status for us Nords. Certain zones are owned completely by us, and maritime law holds office. It's a good port. Were it not for the Malachor, it would be a pleasant place to dock.
Be back soon, Captain.
We need to have a word with that people smuggler the sailor mentioned.
He's a Captain Kurt, like yourself. And in order to interrogate the smuggler, we'll need to find a way into his jail.
The hiding place of this smuggler is filthy. But perhaps we'll discover some useful information.
Good day, sailor. I've been told that you know the missing cabin boy well. Is that right?
You talking about Jonas? You bet your stars I know him. But like I've been crying to the 9 deaf winds, he didn't go missing, he was taken.
Were you a witness to the event?
Yes, I was. Even though I'd had a few tumblers in the belly, I hadn't yet lost my head. The other day, in the tavern, I saw him talking to a well-dressed man, surrounded by some other sly ruffians. And then when we left, him and I, Flavia left a little earlier, you understand? Well, those brutes were there, waiting for him. They just up and took him like that. Grabbed his arms and poof. Gone. Vanished.
Why didn't you intervene?
I tried to, believe me. But my legs betrayed me. Wavering they were. And I fell into the gutter.
Did you report this to the captain?
Unfortunately not. I know all too well what weight my words carry. Even Flavia treated me like a drunken fool. And the captain? No.
Did Jonas seem troubled to you the night he disappeared?
Maybe. For sure he wasn't his usual self.
Do you know what was on his mind?
No. No idea.
Why would anyone want to snatch a mere cabin boy?
How would I know? Jonas is a gentle boy who keeps his head down. You think my story is nothing but mist too, don't you?
It's just that I can't imagine a gang of thugs hoping to get a ransom for a cabin boy. Did anyone else see the kidnapping?
There was still a small crowd in the tavern. But outside, I seem to recall that regular being there. We play cards with him from time to time. Kind of fellow who plays from morning to night time to be that skilled. But now and again he comes out. When nature calls, you know. I kind of remember his face being there.
What do you think about Captain Vasco?
He's a just man, who knows his knots. He's well appreciated by the crew. It's a pity that he hasn't much heart for lass now and again. Always seems unhappy, our captain.
Thank you, Lauro. I need to be going. Good day. Someone told me that you were a friend of Jonas, the young cabin boy who was gone missing.
That's right, yeah. Are you looking for him?
Yes. Your captain asked me to go and find him.
Happy to hear he's taken the disappearance seriously. What can I do for you?
What do you think about Captain Vasco?
He's a damn good navigator, and an excellent leader of men. He knows his craft well, in spite of being so young.
How old is he?
He's not seen his 25th year yet. If he keeps it up, he'll be an admiral one day.
When did you last see him?
2 days ago, in the evening. We went to have a drink in the tavern. Jonas, Lauro, and myself.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary? Was he troubled?
Maybe a tad troubled. Like he was somewhere else.
Why would that be? Give me your best guess.
Why? I haven't the faintest idea.
What does Jonas do in his free time, when you're on land?
He just hangs around here or there. You know the cabin boys don't have half a sailor's wages. And when evening comes, we usually go down the tavern with good old Lauro.
Did he ever have one too many?
Never. He sips his pint like it was bad medicine. One drink lasts him the whole night.
Does he know anyone in Serene?
No one, far as I know.
Do you think he could have made himself any enemies?
I wouldn't think that for a moment. Jonas has a good heart and he steers clear of trouble and troublemakers.
I don't know where to start with this. Do you have any idea?
No. Lauro won't stop telling anyone who will lend him an ear that the boy was carried off by thugs.
And you don't believe him?
I like Lauro, don't get me wrong, he's like a brother. But to be honest, he drinks a little more than he should. The itch for a drink gets us all, but to him more than others, and when you drink too much, the imagination wanders. Here, yesterday, it was me who tied one over, and I thought I heard Jonas's voice by the canal. I called back to him, as you guessed, but then nothing. Drink. It blurs the senses.
I need to be going. Farewell.
Strange story, this is.
Something isn't right here. I can feel it. We need to lift the veil on this.
Who are you? I don't recognize you. Am I in your debt?
No, have no fear about that. It's for a different reason that I'm here. I'm looking for a Naut that disappeared 2 days ago, after visiting this establishment. A young cabin boy. 2 members of his crew accompanied him.
Yes, that does ring a bell. I've played with the 3 of them.
Tell me what happened that evening.
A rich merchant came in, with a band of strong arms. The kind of men you can round up for a few coins, if you catch my drift. They exchanged words with the cabin boy. The kid was defensive, not sitting pretty. And then they finally left.
And after that?
It just so happens that I did go out for a breather. I needed some fresh air. And I think I might well have seen those same men grab him. But that was none of my business. I wouldn't have thought that they were kidnapping him, if that's what it was. They weren't particularly rough with him.
What can you tell me about the boy? How was he that night?
He seemed rather nervous, as if he was worried about something. Didn't feel like playing, that I remember. And he must have been right to be nervous, if he's disappeared.
Who was the rich merchant, do you think? A jilted lover? A moneylender?
No, my lady, you're in luck. It so happens that I know the man. It was Sir Fontaine, that merchant.
Where can I find him?
He has a house in the wealthy boroughs, just off the canal. A stone's throw from the Theleme embassy.
Thank you. You've been immensely helpful.
This man is completely owned by his love for the game. Do you think we can trust him?
What would he gain from lying?
I have no idea. But what would any wealthy merchant gain from holding a penniless child?
Tavern keeper.
I see you're back. Can I pour you something this time?
I'm looking for my cousin. His name is Constantine. I believe he was intent on celebrating his departure last night.
There was indeed a party here last night, but it ended badly.
Whatever do you mean?
A brawl broke out. My tavern was shattered, and no one's paid for the damages.
I'm sorry. Amongst the rebel rousers, did there happen to be a young man? 20 years of age? Hair down to his neck, light brown? Blue eyes? Quite the talker?
I don't believe it. Of course he was there. He's the man that started the fight. I hope you've come to reimburse me. Don't count on me to help you if that's not the case.
What kind of damage are we talking about exactly?
A good half of my furniture was broken into firewood. I piled up the lot over there.
Let me take a look. Perhaps it can be repaired.
If you can fix it, I'll be obliged. If not, you'll need to pay.
That's not a small sum. I need to think about my options.
Oh, the father has forgotten to give his daughter her allowance, it would seem.
I need to be off. Farewell.
Goodbye.
No, actually, it's just I like keeping my money.
This furniture is in terrible condition. The fight must have been extremely violent.
It looks as if it's fixable. I've seen worse. We'll need to build some metal dowels, but once done, we can make them like new.
What is catching that? Hello. So my thought might be, because like we hello, hello, hello. You have edited the spawn a bit since last. Alright. I think it's an entity issue, which my question comes to, wait, over where? Trying to find you. Okay. So my question is, how much how many entities are we looking at in the area? Because I've told you before, I felt that these houses were slightly claustrophobic in terms of, I think everything's packed too closely together. The difference can be the yeah, what's this? She got rid of all of them. Which to me says it's not that mod. I mean, because even the Pokemon spawns are not that much. And this is, again, the thing I've run into actually every time that we've talked about this, because I have to rely on your word. I don't have any lag, and I'm streaming it. So it's... I know that's the problem that I run into, is I'm trying... I want to... Where's Aloy? That could be a possibility. The other thought that came to mind would be the Armorer's Workshop, depending on how much is in the area, but I don't think there's that much. Over the direction that you're saying it's laggy, I think the most is in Spawn, actually. Over here is just the houses. Yeah. I've thought about just I don't want to do that. I think Kayla knows what I'm thinking about. But it's gonna deter a couple people from it. Because obviously if it's lagging, we need to try and find out why. Just so you know, I am streaming right now, but I do have the Discord muted, so you don't have to worry about being on stream. The thought that I've had is, okay, we can just try and restart from the ground up. We don't have that much progress on server outside spawn, but I know you do not want to rebuild spawn. But I think we need to at least find out what's causing the lag. Because if it is the Pixelmon mod, then that's the first thing that we need to do is, okay, if we decide to try and change the mods. Because for the most part, the two mods are very similar. There's not a whole lot that's different between two, and I can't remember what makes them different. Well, unless I remember they caught up on some things, because, like, I remember this was... Magmar? This guy? And see, they used to not have animated in this one. They actually fixed that. Well, and I know... Because the thing is, there is no real official Pixelmon mod anymore. The original official Pixelmon mod got shut down by Pokemon. Both mods that exist now are branches. That's kind of why, like you were saying about official mods, there really isn't per se an official anymore. But I mean, I can see a little bit of connection lag. My computer personally isn't lagging, but I can see there's connection lag because every once in a while it gets jet around. Like I said, I'd be hard-pressed to believe it's a mob spawning issue. Tropicraft could do it. I mean, Tropicraft really doesn't do much in the main world, but we do have a lot of biomes of plenty. Well, and I'm trying to think of what actually, because the other thing that we have to look at is what spawns in the world that we're in. Because Tropicraft doesn't affect the overworld. I'm sorry, what? That is a possibility. Because I know as you get closer this way, there's a giant Tinker's Alloy rock stuck in the middle of the mountain. Yes. What does Rustic do? Well, because we also have to be careful of what we take out, which is why I'm trying to be a little careful, because the thing what you take out may require a restart simply because of that, because it may break something. To which we could take out Tinkers probably all together, because this isn't a PvP server. Yeah. So that's something that we could probably scrap. I would agree with that. I don't think it's Biomes with Plenty. I think it's possible it's something else. I'm hesitant to get rid of Block Crafty just because I Block Crafty. I Block Crafty.
Saucebuck. Saucebuck. Saucebuck.
But once it's loaded in, it shouldn't be an issue. Let me see if I can find... Damn it, Robert. Something that's being spawned in. One second.
Liron. 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 Liron.
Alright. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. I need to find any bit of paper in my house. Check both the printers. Okay. I'm willing to reimburse Pokemon, if possible. Unless we decide a complete restart is just required. Because Yeah, because I would like to reimburse at least one team of Pokemon. 6 Pokemon. What the hell? Who's evolving? Hmm. Sylveon. Damn it! Stop healing yourself, bitch. It just keeps using Wish and Protect. That's all it's doing. Yeah, I don't have hard. Poison and can you go fuck off? And that's the end of that. Let me see if I can... Hyper voice. Okay, let me look at what mods that we have that we may or may not need. So we have... ambient sounds. Apple Core. Armorer's Workshop. Base. Better FPS. Biblio. Block crafty. Hey Troy, I'm gonna try TPing you. You lag here? Just go north. Just go north, because this is... How does it feel? A bit? A bit as in normal... Careful, don't walk off the edge. So, would you say that the lag is comparable or okay enough or worse than what you have in the overworld? Well, because I'm trying to think, because there's nothing in this world. Like, especially with what is currently loaded in, it's really blank slate. Yeah, flying. A what? Alright. Okay, Yossi, how'd that feel to you? Okay. So the reason why I was asking is because me and Kayla actually had a bit of a question about how to do the gyms. Oop, shit, I fell. Here, go back up. This was my idea, which is it uses a command block and teleports you just straight up and down. Like if you, I can show you, right. If you come over here, if you crouch over here, you can see how, oh, over here, come out the front door. So if you come over to the edge, you can actually crouch down and you can see where it is. Like you're being teleported straight down. And so that way you can build a much bigger inside of the stadium, so you can actually give it a good stadium without having to worry about the limitations of the world you're building in. And because you're just teleporting up and down, that should hopefully not have much lag. Or at least have very, very little. Because you're not being teleported, 70 million blocks in a different direction. You're just being teleported about 30 blocks down. Like... Okay. Cool. That's... I was hoping about that. So that tells me that the world itself doesn't seem to be doing too bad in terms of lag. So, that's good. I know it's not the prettiest world you've been in, but... Yeah, this is going to be a pretty... Nope, this is a fully generated world. This has been painstakingly shrunk down to size. Yeah, this particular spot has had most of its features removed. Which is why I'm curious, because like the only way I could get this, I wanted to build on a super flat world at 64 height, but I don't know how to do that. So I ended up just doing a normal world generation and making 64, and then I built Pallet Town at that height. Which is why I said it is a fully generated world, so it does have like all the ores and stuff, even though this is not a world you can mine in. So I'm curious if any lag is coming through the world generation, if there is a world generation issue. But at the same time, I don't... Because, like, do you experience a lot of lag here, Kayla? Okay. Because essentially the reason why I had you come here, Joy, is because my concern was knocking out a mod, right? There's little here, right? Do you know what is here in spades, though? This block. Block crafting. Yes! But if it is causing lag, I will have to get rid of it. It doesn't seem to be. Because you were able to load this area, and Kayla's able to load the area with little to no, and trust me, there is a ton of it in this location. Load in. Yeah, very possible. Oh, hey. Hey, Troy. You want to see something funny? So, you know how this is the spot where it has the big guy on the other side who gives you a TM or whatever for talking to him? Like right over there. You have to get cut in order to get there? I just it's unfortunate just with the limitations because I don't want to make it obvious that you can do that, but I don't feel the need to get rid of it either. You just put a full block of grass there too, but I like keeping the aesthetic of the trees all have the same look to them, which Kayla hates. Which I will note, for the most part, a lot of what I... That's one way. Just jump in a fucking... What are you talking about? How do I get rid of it? Ah. See, I was able to walk up the, like, here. Yellow. Where are you? Are you down at the bottom? Yeah, see. Yeah, this is Viridian City. What do you think of it so far? It has not been worked on in probably about 6 months. I've been really bad at making it work. It's been a minute. I'm sorry. Would you fall? I've been trying to get more or less like the first town down pat to get like the simple patterns done, because like exactly. But at the same time, that's why I keep asking Kayla when I was doing them, like what she thought, like for instance, the Pokemon Center, because I'm trying to keep to the sizes allotted in the game, because I'm using PokeMMO as a size basis and multiplying that times 3, and then I'm trying to, because as much as I could make the teleport system for every single building, I have a feeling people would probably not like that, even though you can make a much more realistic interior if you did that. But I'm trying to make each building, you know, proper to what's inside. And if I can at least make, like, let's say the first Pokemon Center the template, then you can copy and paste the Pokemon Center in every town, because every Pokemon Center is the same on the outside. Then the only thing you need to do is tweak the inside if you want to give it a little bit of personality, or tweak the outside if the particular version needs it. But that's kind of the beauty of trying to do like a Pokemon map, especially if you're just trying to get the first iteration. Because obviously you can always make a more inspired, I will say, version, where you actually put a lot more effort into it and actually make a like 2-size world instead of just a surface copy. You know what I mean? The only thing I don't want to do like that is the gyms, just because, like, if you look how much, like, if you come over here, Dry, over to the gym, like, I'll show you the inside of the gym. Like, if we're to make it, here, let me give you a little ramp. So if you were to come in here, and no, don't, this way. So this is how much room you'd have if you built it to scale. Does this feel like a real like gym leader's gym area? Really small. Like, oop, nope, nope. No. You know, and that's why I thought, okay, if I can use abuse the fact that it's already going to be loaded underneath, we can make a bigger area. And so then we can customize every gym, even though the outside of the gym is going to be, you know, essentially copy-pasted, because, again, in PokeMMO, they use sprites. So they use the same sprite every town, so you can just use the same building every town, making minor tweaks if you need to. But you can build a whole new gym inside for every single gym, adjusting it to what each gym leader's typing is. There's also why I kind of want to have some builders that have been a little bit farther in Pokemon MMO than I am, because There's a reason why I started specifically Viridian City. I haven't even made... No, I'm building as far as I'm in Pokemon MMO. Unlike all of you guys who played it forever, I have not. As in, like, he started in Kanto and is in black and white now, or? Gala? Okay. That was the question. Which, I don't want to start doing, especially not start with Unova. Because it's, oh my god, the idea of doing Unova is a headache just thinking about it. No, honestly, the worst one to think about is X and Y. You know why, right? Because that's when it lost its grid pattern. Yeah. So I'm currently writing down all the mods. Do slash spawn Kanto. You should have accessed that command. So, out of curiosity, do you know what protection they use? Yes. What does that server use for protection? Just don't say you're asking because you own a server. That'd be like the easiest way to get like, no, we're not telling you. Why do we have two different FPS helping mods? Because we have both Optifind and better FPS in there. Okay. So I have a list of the mods. It's approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 29 times 2 would be 58, 59, 60 mods. Give or take. A lot. So I'm going to start going through some, see if we can find if we really need them. Or what specific, because I think it's something to do with terrain generation. I really do. So I don't think it's going to be a mod like Ambient Sounds 3. You know what I mean? I mean, would I be devastated if I lost it? No. But I don't think it's... I would be shocked if it did it. So... let's see. Let's just do... trying to think how to... because I got everything written down, so I now have to think about... oh, I know. I can do... that's simple. Alright, so we're going to do... that should be okay. So we're going to do that. So now let's try... I think Apple Core is a mod that's needed for something else. So it's a core mod. That's what it is. We need to find out what mod uses it in order to find out whether it's required. I would know an easy way to fit. Do you have a gold shovel? Well, that's the main one I'm curious about, because we use the FTB lit, or the FTB utilities, which is one that's used by a server that's specifically made for that server. Yeah, it's claim blocks is what it is. Yeah. It's the one that I'm more familiar with at this point. ACE is a library used by mods created by both team acronym coders and brass. This is another, so let me do this. This one is dependent. So, okay. So let's look at this one. Better FPS. Kayla, what did you have? Okay. I don't like shrimp. Okay. We're going to put this as a Y. So I'm currently kind of going through mods, and I'm just doing like a preliminary investigation. And writing down on my list, like for instance, okay, we have ambient sounds. That shouldn't be causing an issue. Apple Core is dependent on if we have the mod that it needs, because it's a core mod, that's all it is. Armorer's Workshop, I think that's fine. Because again, it doesn't spawn anything, and we've played with Armorer's Workshop before without any issues. That's kind of what I'm going through, is I'm looking at all of our mods. We have 60 different mods. Something like World Edit isn't going to be a mod that's going to break the game, because World Edit doesn't do anything unless you're actually doing something. I know what world edit does. I know how to crash a game with world edit. It's not a passive crash. It's an active crash. But so we got base, which is another base mod. So it's only used as for something else. So it gets a blue asterisk. Better FPS. I put a Y mark on it next to it for me because why do we have it? We have Optifine and better FPS. Okay, we're just gonna go with a red X then. Bibliocraft. We want to keep that one. Again, it doesn't spawn anything. It's only used for, you only craft things with it. So, as of now, I'm going to give it a green check mark because it should be okay. I'm going to give Biomes of Plenty a green check mark for now because I really don't think that one's the issue. Because, if anything, I think it's an add-on that might affect Bibliocraft, or Biomes of Plenty. Oh, we have at least one, but it's not to add to the world gem. Because the only one that I saw that specifically mentioned Biomes Plenty is Rustic. But it's to add a patch for Biomes Plenty Wood, so you can craft the rustic items with Biomes Plenty Wood. So I don't think it's Biomes Plenty. I'm fairly certain it's not block crafty because we can go through the adventure world, which has a ton of it, trust me, without any lag. Because every single tree has 8 pieces of block crafty piece on it, and you know how many trees there are in that world alone. So I don't think it's block crafty. Chinese Workshop. Don't think it has any terrain generation. Because we mostly got it because the other server used it, and it adds a nice Chinese Japanese feel to things, which being Pokemon is kind of good. You can want that, you know. Yeah, so we're gonna say Chinese Workshop is okay for now. Chisel, I don't want to get rid of. Okay. I don't want to get rid of Chisel right now because I like Chisel as a mod. It does add some terrain generation, but not a lot. In the end, I guess if we had to remove it, we could. Yellow for a maybe. I'll just do a yellow dash. Yeah, yellow dash will do fine actually. It shows up pretty good on this paper. Alright, so yellow's a maybe. Purple is I don't know why we have it. And then blue is on there for something else. The next one is Con Arm. Yeah, and there's like I said before, there's no reason to have it because it doesn't add anything to the, like we're making a main Pixelmon server. If we want to play PvP medieval stuff, then we have the other server that Slated made. So we don't need to have any PvP mods. So Con Arm, we're gonna say no. And on that same thing, I think we're also going to say no to T-Construct, Tinker's Complement, Tinker's JI, Tinker's Tool Leveling. And we can say no to those right away. And we can continue on. Because that removes quite a few. And granted, they don't add world generation either, but I think it's better if we loosen up how much RAM and memory is being used by the mods themselves. So next would be Content Tweaker. Raft. What is this? I get the feeling this is not related at all to content tweaker. It looks like we don't have the dependencies for it, so what's this doing here? Because it requires, it says it's dependent on craft tweaker and open loader. We don't have open loader. No, we don't. What? JEI tweaker? No, I don't know what this mod is. I don't remember ever putting it in. Lets you adjust recipes, move them entirely, or add new recipes. I mean, this would be a useful mod, but I don't think we have anything to make it work. Yeah, content tweaker. Oh wait, no, wait, what? Yeah, content tweaker. We have craft tweaker too. Okay, content tweaker is an add-on for craft tweaker. Craft tweaker 2. It says, I guess, this. Was it? No, it's not. Tooltips is every mod. Which all of that's every mod. I mean, that's not specific to Tinkers. I mean, technically, smelting dictionary would be used by just about every mod, but I mean, I'm gonna put a purple white because I don't know why they're there, which means that they'll likely get removed. So content tweaker is a Y. Craft tweaker is a Y. Okay. I'm just curious because I don't remember getting those at all, so that's interesting. Because I'm curious which one of the... No, I believe you. I'm just curious which of the Tinker's construct, whatever's needed that, because it's not base Tinkers. I guarantee it. That requires. I think that requires a different one, doesn't it? Are we worrying about cooking for blockheads? We want to keep that one, right? Yeah, which I think Pam's is okay. We'll see. Let's see. We got creative. Okay. Okay. So next one to look at is Creative Core, which is another core mod. Creative Core mod is used for a whole bunch of shit. The SCP mod, but we don't have that. Be a million things. I don't know what. So this one's another dependency mod. Let's find out what it is. So what's this one? Because I don't recognize this one. Connected textures mod. Why, again, why do we have this one? Is that one required for Optifine? I don't think so. This one has to be a dependent. Like, something is dependent on it. Well, we're going to put that one again as a dependent mod. Because there's something has to be requiring that. There's no way that I'd bother adding that. Because Optifine adds connected textures. That's one, or at least it used to. Custom NPCs. Again, doesn't spawn anything. What do you think? Custom NPC should be fine? So we'll put it as maybe for now. The eco bridge is required. It doesn't spawn anything, and it's needed for to allow your Pixelmon money to translate into your wallet. So, and it actually works. Surprisingly enough, that's one of the things that's actually fucking working on this server. Took me forever to get it to fucking work, but because that's the one thing I remember. Because we were having issues with buying and selling and stuff. Partly because of that. It's like, okay, you earn money on Pixelmon from beating people and stuff like that, but you can't use the money for anything. Well, the Eco Bridge allows you to use your normal balance, so helps with that. So that does work. So we're not getting rid of that. Even more Pixelmon commands. Again, it doesn't add anything. I'm going to put a green check mark to it, at least for now, because that shouldn't affect anything. Now time probably for the first one that you'd probably say is extra utilities 2. Because this one does add stuff that spawns in. Okay, and it's not even letting me, I can't even find it. So extra utility adds a bunch of random blocks, like for instance, glass cutter, compressed cobblestone, dirt, stuff like that. Add some generators, adds flying rings so you can fly without having a Pokemon. Some moving stuff. I'm gonna say that one is a key. No, I don't want to take out Maka's just yet. Yeah. I want to try and leave the stuff that we have in for building alone for now if we can. I mean, extra utilities is one of the ones that I actually kind of like. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll put it as a maybe just because I really don't want to get rid of it. This next one, there's nothing you say. It is a yes, it's staying. I don't give a shit. You know what the next one is? Forge. That one's staying. I don't care what you say. I'm honestly thinking at this point we should just say yes because we have yet to get to work on our server. Every single time that we come on, we have to reset our spawn one. It's frustrating because, like, we've been on servers that had no issues with them. But then we come into our server, like, I can't even get people to not be able to break them. You know, I'm going to put maybe next to it because I really want to keep it. I don't want to get rid of it, but I don't know why it's not working. And maybe Waystones. And maybe it will work if we remove some other things. Maybe there's a conflict that we don't know what's going on, and maybe we'll happen to remove the right thing. I don't know. Well, the Malviore, we didn't have any issues on Malviore at all, actually, with that one. What mod requires this? So Forge Endertech is another one that's required for other mods. So it's not a dependency mod, but I don't know what it's dependent on. You know what? Maybe... What was this required on? Haha, found it! So, the dependency for content tweakers and craft tweakers was for Construct's Armory. So, content tweaker. So I can put an X next to these. So content tweaker and craft tweaker were both needed for Construct's Armory. Just enough items, which we don't even have in the mod, was also one of the requirements. But Mantle is another dependency mod which we may need to get rid of. Or which we may not need, I should say. So I've now put content tweaker and craft tweaker on the chopping block because content tweaker and craft tweaker too. I found out which mod they were a dependency for. Constructs Armory. So, and then better FPS, does it have a dependency? No. Okay, so better FPS has no dependency, but okay. So that's good. We got that. Forge Endertech, it's another one of those. It's required for something, but I don't know what for. So Feed the Beast backups is, I'm pretty sure, just for the FTB lib, util, and all that stuff. Which, yeah, FTB lib backups. So that one is, so backups is just a dependency mod. Utility library is just a dependency, and I'm gonna say maybe on the FTB utilities, just because I'm not sold on its need. So leave that there for a sec. So next is the furniture mod. Furniture pot, Mr. Crayfish. No, I do not want to get rid of that one. Not just yet, anyway. What do you think? Ada. What's your opinion on the furniture mod, Mr. Cray's furniture mod? You think it's okay for now? Mr. Crayfishes are all light. They're all light mods. And that's, I mean, I'm still kind of doing that, but I'm just kind of still going by like what are we kind of on the fence about in retrospect, looking back at it. You know what I mean? Oh my god. HWYLA. So here's what you're looking at. I don't even think we have the dependency for it. It's like WAILA. What am I looking at? It's HWYLA. Here's what you're looking at. For both forge and fabric, so fabric's something different, so we wouldn't need the fabric. Alright, so this one should be okay. You think improved backpacks is okay? At least for now. Okay. Iron chest should be okay. Journey map should be okay. What is Kiwi? $5 says it's a dependent for Pam's. Alright, so we're just going to put under dependencies. Land lust. So, Landlust is an abandoned project. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Like I said, Mantle I know is a dependency mod, so we'll leave that for now as well. Next would be the Macaw. Yeah. Like I said, I kind of want to save anything that is... Oh my god, I can't think of it. I want to save those for last resort kind of removing. So we'll leave bridges, doors, furniture, roofs, and windows alone for now. More Tinkers. I'm pretty sure it's Tinker's Construct again, right? More Tinkers, M-O-A-R. Yeah. Yeah, Tinker's Construct again. So, that one's a no. Mystical Library. Yeah, but dependency for what? I don't know. No, I don't think it's that one. Alright, Nature's Compass. Which I'm pretty sure is one that Droid doesn't want to get rid of. I am indifferent about it. Mod packs. Yes, you can use this in your mod pack. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Alright, well, I'll leave it there. Because it shouldn't be making a difference. So next one is open blocks. I'm giving a green check mark to Optifine because if Optifine is causing the problem, we're all fucked. Let's just put it that way. Same here. Pam's Harvest Craft, I think that one should be okay. I can't imagine that one would be an issue. And then I'm assuming Pam's Brewcraft, the same thing, right? Yeah, it just adds, you know, blah, 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 blah. Alright. So we'll give green check marks to those for now. Pixelmon Generation, I'll put a maybe. Because I don't think it's an issue, but you think it might be an issue, so that's a maybe. Sound fair? The main one? Pixelmon? Yes, I think so as well. Do we want to try and leave Rustic for now then? Interesting. This is a mod that could also use Craft Tweaker. That's interesting to know. So, Rustic and Rustic BOPs are going to be yellows for now. So, like, maybe to, yeah, probably no. Why would we remove Rustic if Tinkers does the job? Not really. Simple Dex rewards is one that rewards you for catching Pokemon. It's not set up yet. Okay. I know how to set it up. I just haven't set it up yet. Alright. Taiga is going Tinker's Alloy add-on, so that one's going bye-bye. Yep. Tropicraft, I'm going to give it a yellow-green. Because I want to keep it. I don't think it's causing an issue. And it's where my home is currently located, and I don't want to have to move everything. So, just in case it's a... Yeah, but it's a world generator of its own, which is why I'm thinking it's not the issue. And then... Okay, and Wabla should be fine. Well, see, now here's the fun part. We basically have to erase everything. Because we're getting rid of world generation, and that's gonna fuck shit up. Okay, let me see if I can find out what mods are requiring what. Let's see. So rustic did not look like it required anything. Alright, let's look at Tinker's Construct and see what it needs. So relations... Mantle. Okay, so mantle's gone then. That's what Tinker's needed. Let's look at Tinker's Complement. Tinker's Complement. Did you need anything? It needed chisel. That's where chisel came in. Yeah, chisel itself is a mod that's just, it doesn't need it. Just enough items, mantle, T construct, T, and then ex nihilo creatio, which I remember us looking at, and we couldn't figure out what the fuck it needed. Because it had like a million things on its required list, and I never added it. Because it was like it was needed if you did certain things with it, which we were never doing. So, T complement, Tinker's Complement is what I just looked up because I'm dumb as shit. Tinker's JI. Which is silly that we have that still on there because we don't use JEI. So, and it just needed JEI. So that's not needed. And then Tinker's Tool leveling. Need mantle. So, okay, so all the Tinker's Construct stuff should be out. I still don't know what we need in Mystical Library. I don't know what needed connected textures. Because Optifine is Optifine. It doesn't need. Unless it's... Is it this one? What does this mod need? Nothing. Nothing needed for that one. Missions, nothing's needed there. Bibliocraft. Bibliocraft doesn't need anything. You go to dependencies on CurseForge, it says nothing. Block crafting, maybe? Block crafty needs... I found where Mystical Lib was required, so that's good. So, let's see. Mystical Lib is required for block crafty. Am I bad if I say I'm jealous of the cat? Okay, I found out what requires kiwi. That's good. Kiwi is required by the Chinese workshop. Let's see, chisel mod. Okay, connected textures is chisel. So that's good to know. Which, for all I know, that is one of the ones that's causing people issues, because I know connected textures is typically requires a little bit, traditionally has required a little bit more power from a computer. And then cooking for blockheads. Which just needs the, we have it just for Pam's Harvest Craft, basically, is all we have it for. Because we don't have, like, food expansion, extra food, more foods. We don't have any of that stuff. We just have Pam's. And then custom NPC. Custom NPCs has no dependencies. Eco Bridge. Okay, so Eco Bridge has no dependencies. Even more Pixelmon commands no, and then so let's see extra utilities. Extra utilities 2. Extra utilities, relations, no dependencies, which is not surprising. Forge. Yes. Let's see, improve backpacks. Which again shouldn't be causing any issues. Improve backpacks is relation to nothing, so that's good. Iron chests. Which honestly I thought we were using the improved iron chest mod, but apparently we're not. This is 1.12, so we don't have to worry about the iron shulkers, so that's good. Journey map. Apparently there's a dependency in there that says it requires journey map tools, but I've never done that. So we're not worrying about that one. Landlust. I'm writing down which mods use what requires. You know what I mean? So I can find out, because like for instance, I still don't know what Apple Core and Base are for, or Creative Core. I don't think so. That would make no sense. Forge is its own thing. Why would Forge have a dependency? Yeah, but I'm trying to find out why, because like they're in here because the mod needs them. Forge itself is the base mod. You don't need a base mod for Forge. So no issues with CW. Oh, we didn't add Makaw's paintings? Oh. Why not? Oh, that's right, because they're all for 1.16. Let's see. Makaw's doors, Makaw's roofs, Makaw's trapdoors? Wait, what? Ah, why did you not make that for 1.12? Dick. Let's see, relations. Makaw's roofs requires basically Makaw's stuff. So Makaw's doesn't need anything. Okay. And then more Tinkers is removed. Nature's Compass I don't think had any requirements. Yeah, no relations. Open blocks is open blocks lib. I'm pretty sure Optifine is, yeah, Optifine is Optifine. It doesn't have a core mod that it needs. Pam's also the same thing. Pam's Harvestcraft is not needed. It is the base mod. It doesn't need a base mod for its base mod. Pixelmon Generations, again, no requirements, because it is the requirement. Pretty sure Rustic is, again, its own base mod, does not need it. Rustic BOP Woods needs Biomes Plenty and Rustic. Why have I not checked Biomes of Plenty? Biomes of Plenty mod needs... Oh, I already did, that's why. Stupid. Robgath doesn't need anything. Okay, so I have... No, sorry, I need to write. Okay. So I have... Dead. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 in here that I don't know where they're coming from. And And it might be leftovers from mods that I removed ages ago, and they're just still stuck there. Here's what I'm looking at. This one. This one's the one I don't... Hey, Troy. Do you remember if we had the Hunger Overhaul mod originally? That's when... Alright, well, I'm gonna ask Kayla when she gets back about that one. I have a feeling that's where that one is. Looks like base is required by content tweakers, so again, that was another one that's just a go. I don't know how I missed that again. Because it's not listed, that's why. Yeah, something tells me base is not required. So yeah, it was used by content tweakers, so I don't need it no more. It's used for the old content tweakers, so it looks like base is no longer required. Creative. Ambient sounds. Okay, that's what that is. Forever. Even though it doesn't say it is, but it shows on here, so I'm gonna put it that way. Hey, Kayla, did we have Hunger Overhaul originally on the server? Well, because when I look at the required dependents for Apple Core, Hunger Overhaul is one of them. And for some reason, I remember that one specifically. Otherwise, the other one that comes to mind is the Spice of Life. What we need Apple Core for. Because when I look at Apple, because I'm trying to find where like Creative Core is used by Ambient Sounds 3, right? Bass is used by Content Tweaker, so I can remove it. I don't need it. Creative Textures is used by Chisel, so I need that one. I don't know what uses Forge Endertech. Creative, I just did the Creative Core. You know, the Feed the Beast utilities and backups is used by Feed the Beast utilities. What, Apple Core? Or are you saying the Hunger Overhaul? I'm confused what you're talking about now. Well, we don't have Hunger Overhaul anymore. I think it's something that we used to have. And then I think we got rid of it. Because I can't find any mod that requires it. I went through every single mod in my mods folder. And I don't have anything that requires it. Yeah, but Craft Tweaker itself isn't it. It's just a mod that allows you to try and fix any discrepancies. Like, for instance, if you got two different mods that use, let's say, 3 iron blocks in the top, one, an iron block in the middle, and then 3 iron bars on the bottom, to make 2 different items, you use Craft Tweaker to fix the crafting recipe by changing the recipe a little bit. That's all that is. So Craft Tweaker in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's just it happens to be used by armorers because there's probably a lot of crafting issues that come up with that mod, I would imagine. So, okay. So the last one I have to find out what's being used by is Forge Endertech. We don't have any of those. Why do I have this mod? Yeah, I have no idea why I even have this mod. Forge Endercraft. Endertech. I have no idea why I have that mod. There's no reason why I'd have it. So, I don't know. That's another one I'm thinking about removing just because there's no point in having a useless mod. But if I don't know what it's for, then I could do more harm than good by removing it. Okay, let's go to here. Now I still got some config folders that don't even exist anymore. Dimensional doors. We removed that a while ago. I know a mod I want to add. Or breaking everything, I know a mod I want to add. I'm not going to, but I want to. Alright. So, let me think. We're removing rustic, right? Okay. That's what I was double checking. And then Vega, T-Construct, Tinkers, Tool Leveling. And then Waystones is on the maybe stay, maybe go. Stay, maybe go now. So just doing that, we removed 13 mods. If I go, there will be trouble. Da, da, da. If I say there will be double. Dun, dun. Okay, so do Trust folder. You don't like what? What card?
Nuopurista kuuluu se polokan tahti, jalkani pokkii kukkutti. Ievan äiti se tyttönsä vahtimaan, kyllähän Ieva se juhlitti. Sillä ei meitä silloin kiellot haittaa, kun me tanssimme laidasta laitaan. Salimme lipput, tappu, tähketti, hiljalleen. Ievan suu oli vehnäisellä, koimme se tonne toivotti. Pää oli märkänä jokaisella ja viulu se vonkuja voivotti. Ei tätä poikoo merkitys haittaa, silloin kun askoo laidasta laitaa. Salimme lipput, tappu, tähketti, hiljalleen.
Yes, we did have the Hunger Overhaul originally. You know how I found out? I still have the original mod list that we set up. With all 65 mods. Okay. It's only, it is 702. By the way, catch you later, man. The heck is this? All right. Yeah, basically, every time that I've gone through an iteration of the mod, I've just added, like, I've kept all of the mods, and then just, so I have, I've gone through 16 iterations of this mod pack so far. If anybody says I have not tried to make this mod work, they're fucking lying. I have been trying to get this mod working. That's why I'm so exasperated about the fact that it's been just so many issues, because I'm trying as hard as I can to get it to work. And I don't know why it's not. I don't know why we're starting any issues with it. And it's starting to wear me out a little bit because I don't know how to fix it. And I can't find it. Where is it? Where is it? Files. Oh. Where's it? Oh my god, where's my stupid thing saved? I'm gonna murder you. Where are you? Oh, it's in that. Okay. So we're going to delete this folder. We're going to go to this one. We're just Like I said, thus far we've gotten rid of 13 mods. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not updating the mod pack just yet, as I am gonna wait to see. I'm gonna try and load on my personal server, see if anything breaks right away, and then I might try not resetting the world and see if maybe I can get away with that, even though there'll probably be
Breakfast. I have time to get up. Breakfast.
I will be back, but I'm shutting down my streams. Give me just a second. Alright guys, thank y'all for coming today. We've had a bit of a stream, an interesting last 2 hours, I'd say. It is time for me to end my stream. I hope y'all have a fantastic day. I hope to catch you guys at another time. Bye.